Oh, I don't think. Well, that's not good. Like, well, that's not good. That makes no sense. That honestly makes no sense. I'm like, what's the point in being petty if just to be petty? There's like no point in that. You're doing it for the love of the game. So, all right. So yeah, I'm gonna change it for that. I'm gonna change him for that. All right. which is some. That's fun. That's understandable. I will do. I'm gonna do that one eventually. I know. I'm like, yeah, I want to do Sakuna and I want to do Gojo for the whole limited thing. By the way, don't mind me, Shano. I'm live streaming. So when you was not at work? Oh Jesus, domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Excuse you? It's my decision to quit. Exactly. Wait a minute. That's my decision to quit or not. You can't tell me not to. That's stupid. You literally cannot say no. I'm like, what kind of company tells you that you can't quit your job? The fuck? That company, I don't know what that company was thinking. That company lost its goddamn mind. Yeah. Excuse you? So you said I'm messed up in the head. You said I need rest, basically, and you said I can't get no time off. What kind of nonsense is this? This job is like utter bullshit. Yeah, quitting your job was best for your mental health completely. They don't want to give you a goddamn thing. Excuse me. Look,
領域展開福間水す 領域展開福間水す
I do it the next one. I'm about to say I do it the next one, brother. Yeah, I know he's not up. I know he was not upgraded. I like her already. Oh, she does have an ultimate. What the fuck? She does have an ultimate. Yep, yep. I seen when she was back. She was in the back, literally back to the. I see she's sending them back. Some of them back to spawn. I gotta get to floor 100 in this anyway, so I might as well do it. Mhm. Yup, she has no trait too. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, she has no trait whatsoever. Yep, no stats either. No stats either. I probably gonna do that eventually after this. I'm probably gonna do anything. If I do anything for her, it's probably just gonna be stats, and then I'll think about trait because I don't have trait rerolls like you do, Prince. You already know I don't. Of course, Sukuna did. I mean, you see, I already got Ultima. I got Ultima on one character. And I don't even think Hajun is that busted, but I still got one. I still got one character with it. I wasn't even going for Ultima. I was going for Exodia, but I got it Ultima instead. Oh, he's a second meta unit. Oh, so he's still good. I didn't think he was I didn't know if he was still good or not. But to say I didn't know if he was still good or not. I'm like, yeah, Prince, you know me. I don't really care for the whole meta thing. You know, I just use whatever character seems fun to me. That would be good to see. That would be good to see. I'm like, I'm like Prince. You got like a Sid that you're not using, like an extra Sid character that you're not using, because I do not want to grind for that. Jesus. Man, I want this. Man, I wanted him. Man, I wanted this character. Too bad he's already gone. Yup, this is the character that I wanted. I wanted him. Hey, wait, you gave away your seed, or have you lost your mind? Well, I got Anos, so I can do him eventually. I'm like, yeah, no, I do not plan on getting guts. I'm gonna be honest. I honestly do not really plan on getting him. Ah, that makes sense. But yeah, I'm gonna check it. Oh, trust me, brother, I'm gonna check it. Hmm. Oh no. Well, I'm gonna have to get greens. Nope. All right, Prince. I'll talk to you later because I know you finna head to sleep. No, remember I'm live streaming. One of my live streamer that I'm talking to, he said he about to hit the sleep. So I told him that's why I'll see him later. I just said, well, cause yeah, he finna get off. He finna get off and go to sleep. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, funny thing is, I haven't had pizza in so long. That's literally what I want. Oh, that'll be interesting. You like, yeah. Well, at least she tried not to sound like a fucking. I mean, at least she didn't try not to sound like an asshole about it. At least she tried not to. I do agree on that. Shit, I wouldn't even mind. I wouldn't even mind a stuffed teddy bear to be honest, because I do like teddy bears. I just lost mine. I don't even know where the fuck it went. Now that I think about it. I'm like, wait a minute, why was his damage basically non-existent? Because I seen that super go off and it barely did any damage. That was weird. Yeah, I noticed it. I noticed it too. So yeah, he got to change that instantly. Rocket launcher. Yeah, that bleed is doing a lot. Like, yeah, that bleed is doing a hell of a lot. Yeah, now I see what you're talking about, brother. Cause god dang the damage. I mean, I still see what you're talking about, though. You still did a lot of damage, to be honest. I mean, no. I mean, no run is perfect. brother is spamming. That yeah, brother said brother is spamming a special one half of the time. Like, yeah, you've been spamming the hell out of the special one. I'm like, yeah, that's why you're not supposed to just camp in one spot when you're a sniper. Cause where? Yep. Because even good campers for freaking snipers know. Oh yeah, it's time to go. You kill someone, you snipe someone, you kill them, and then you're supposed to move. The number one rule for being a good sniper, yeah, you basically take someone out and you're supposed to move positions because you're not supposed to stay in the same position. Especially if it's like multiplayer sniper. If it's like a war zone and whatnot, that's fine. Unless you're playing co-op, unless you're playing like teams, then you definitely gotta move. But if it's like a solo, everybody for themselves, kind of going on, yeah, you'll be fine. You can snipe someone and be in the same spot for like hours, basically. Damn, I see that number. God dang, that was just low key bullying. That was low key bullying because he could not get up from where he was. He was like, "Yeah, nah, you stand down, G." Hulk smash and crash. Hulk smash and crash. This is why we love seeing Hulk smash and crash.
領域展開福間水す
You're very clingy that day, I will say. But to say, is Hulk Ragnarok even good or no? Uh, I'm about to say, what Grit is supposed to stop Unstoppable? Is Grit supposed to unstop Unstoppable, or does it let you hit through Unstoppable? Then that makes no sense. If you have a Grit, no, no, I mean if you have Grit, and it's supposed to hit through Unstoppable, why the hell is it working? That's what I mean. Oh yeah, you're like you're all. Oh yeah, you're always an hour ahead. I'm like, yeah, I keep forgetting you're always an hour ahead of me. Cause it's like 2:55 for me. Give him a taste of it. You about to say give him his own taste of his own medicine. I see that and I'm confused too. Why does he? Like physically vulnerable. Excuse you. Good, good. At least you know. I'm like, good. At least you know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That's hilarious. I got high. Forgot I wasn't supposed to get high. Brother, you have so many accounts for this game. That's crazy. Wait, Sean, you using Ironheart? I'm about to say, what time you have to be at the work? 5? 4:30? Uh, uh. Amazing heaven. Yeah, nah, that's the game I wish I had, to be honest. That literally is one of the games I wish I had because I know it's like, I'm an RPG maniac, so it didn't stick. I'm like, it didn't stick with you like that. That's the thing about it. You like a class that works with you. All right then. See you later. I bust my nine. We make enemies die. We're responsible for violence you see on TV. My trusty shank are alive. I bust my nines. We make enemies die.
Cuz the crafted the cash down in the kitchen. Man, I made a caveman diary. Boy, they used to put commandments on stuff like that right there, man. Boy, it's a dude on Courage the Cowardly Dog. I kid you not, he sat outside. He begged me to return that for a whole episode. Boy, it was creepy as hell.
know that in chapter 1165, Rox D. Zevek used a completely new form of hockey, one that broke every rule we knew? During the battle at God Valley, Roger and Garp unleashed their most powerful, advanced Conqueror's hockey attacks, yet they couldn't even scratch him. Their strikes mysteriously vanished. The chapter shows that Rox's hockey wasn't clashing with theirs, but nullifying it. Every time their hockey touched his, it was simply erased from existence. Fans now call it the Void Hockey, a form of Supreme King hockey that doesn't overpower others, but devours them. A defensive force that turns the battlefield into nothingness. Garp and Roger were forced to combine their hockey into a single, unified strike, what the chapter calls the first ever combined hockey, just to pierce through that emptiness and land one hit. Rox ridiculously showed something the world wasn't ready for. Was Rox's new form of hockey the next stage of Conqueror's hockey, or something entirely?
Watching around my ankle, breaking switch and lift that's ABS. SOS and over slip. Am I gonna go right? Am I gonna go left? Whatever you guess, you lose that bet. Cause the house always wins when I roulette. I'm switch, I'm trying to have a punch. You see, it's not coincidence. I got my tongue go too down my chin. What you know about dribbling while dribbling? They play cause they wanna win. I win cause I wanna play. Flipping Brazilian. I love the pressure.
Hey, basically, I've been doing this for and giggles and the gems that come along with this.
There's no way this got back. No, it's not. There's no way. They're just kidding me, right? They're just kidding me, right? Oh, I told you guys! The guy is back! Let's go! Oh, wait, right? Yeah, that's the guy back. Oh, my. I don't care. Mercifika. That's two Mercifikas in a god pack? Okay, here we go. Go that way.
These youngsters underwent the most brutal training from Valhalla. He isn't even from the family, but his talent is simply so remarkable. The Draker family is named. This man is the guy your girl tells you not to worry about. Zeke admits that the special classes teacher is all varying levels, but this dude is notorious for his shitty personality. Andre shows him a demonstration by telling him to keep quiet so he can start the class. He has the cadets drawing their swords and preparing for the training. His eye catches Zeke's special sword, which is enormous compared to the others. Zeke doesn't have trouble demonstrating just how easy it is to wave around for him. Andre's resting bitch face commands him to step foot in the arena. He thinks the boy is being overconfident by picking a sword unfit for his body. Of course, this is just typical teacher talk, and Zeke wanted this to happen, hence his choice to pick the sword. He arrogantly boasts that he can defeat the instructor with the same weapon. It's quite the provocation that shakes Andre. The scene is getting tense, so much so that the system activates a mental defense skill for our boy to withstand the situation. Happy to oblige, Andre prepares to draw his sword to offer a boy a practical experience. But it's just what Zeke wanted. The instructor even lays out a condition for Zeke's victory. He will not only choose to ignore the boy's arrogant words, but also grant him permission to do whatever he wants in his class. The instructor even gives him a leeway, that he'll go easy and won't even use his aura on the kid. cadets, but that's just playing right into Zeke's advantage even more. He's extremely confident in his ability to best Andre since he knows about the man's weakness. However, since his watchful brother is keeping an eye on him, Zeke doesn't want to risk gaining unnecessary attention like last time, so his battle strategy is to cut Andre's uniform just a bit before accepting defeat. The fight begins as Zeke launches an immediate swing against his teacher's neck. However, Andre deflects his strike even at that range, demonstrating the skills of a Blue Knight. The fight's going to be tough, and Zeke knows it. He bounces around and attacks from every direction, only to get deflected by his teacher's quick reaction time. The rest of the cadets are stumped to see the Knight's brilliant ability to withstand Zeke's attacks for 30 minutes straight. Interestingly, Andre finds his blade quivering and his body slowly getting exhausted. He can't fathom how the boy is inexhaustibly performing without getting tired. Despite suppressing his powers greatly, the fight is starting to become difficult for him. This only goes to show just how brilliant the average pure-blood awakener of the Draker family is, to the point it is considered unfair to compare them. As for Zeke, he's capitalizing on Andre's shitty stamina against him. As for his aura, a typical Draker's aura cultivation is known for its uniqueness. It should be activated during training and complementing daily tasks, even sleeping. It should be indistinguishable from the basic need of breathing. So in this case, since Andre is so used to maintaining his aura, he's uncomfortable and unnaturally weak when suppressing it. That is the one factor helping Zeke get an edge against the Constructor. Andre deflects the cadet's blade one more time, but Zeke hasn't given up. He doesn't want to lose like this. His ego demands that his opponent be forced into using aura. Zeke changes his strategy from creating openings to going for a different approach. An approach that will require Andre to use his aura no matter what. In other words, an extreme situation. He flips back to the ground, but only this time he darts ahead with incredible speed. It's the activation of the Swift Step skill. Andre finds himself overwhelmed by the cadet's lightning-fast movements. Attacking from his blind spot, Zeke activates Critical Strike as if to put everything in this one attack. While Andre is still left questioning how a cadet can deploy such an advanced skill, the second he turns to face Zeke, he puts the faintest amount of aura in his feet, allowing him to evade the attack in quick succession. Without waiting for another second, Andre activates Sky Slice and sends the cadet flying. It was a really powerful attack, so much so that it chips Zeke's sword and injures him enough for his healing factor to jump in. Despite his broken healing collapses in the arena. While Andre sheathes his sword and turns away frustrated, he officially announces that Zeke is exempt from the class, and asks if there's anyone else like him who is willing to give him a try. Since they're all scared shitless from what happened to Zeke, they don't even dare to raise a voice against his fury. From then on, the class resumes for everyone except for our boy, who's chilling in the hospital bed and blazing at his performance against Andre just now. His original plan to cut his uniform was wasted, but instead, he made Andre use his aura, forcing him to acknowledge the kid's abilities. It's a good outcome as his teacher was humbled in the fight. That said, the final attack that Andre used was actually the most basic move of the Dragon Slaying arts. The Sky Slice may be a basic technique, but it was massively amplified with the power of a Blue Knight, resulting in a monstrous output. Still, Zeke is glad that he was able to stand his own against a Blue Knight, and he's confident he's at that level thanks to his infinite stamina and healing. But those two things alone won't be enough for a life filled with freedom. He demands true freedom that could only come from overwhelming strength, the kind of power that would make him immune from the strength of his superiors. As he's busy in thought, a drunkard comes around to check on the boy, realizing that this is the youngest son of the Draker family. Our boy is startled seeing the dipshit's face because a drunkard is the last thing you'd expect in a medical ward. Not only was he unable to sense this guy's presence, he also mouthed pretty bad things about the patriarch of the Draker family. Zeke tries to inquire about his identity, but this drunkard is busy injecting himself with more booze. The man is really curious to ask the boy about his shocking regenerative abilities. After all, he just survived a serious internal wound in his body. The system assesses the situation and activates mental defense for him. Zeke refuses to budge because he knows for a fact that nobody is aware of his healing skill at the academy. He feigns ignorance, prompting the man to take serious measures as he attempts to attack the boy. Zeke dodges his palm strike, which is sharp enough to slice the bed. This makes him wonder if this guy is some sort of assassin. Zeke uses the bedsheet to blind the lunatic and senses extreme danger, so much so that he activates every last one of his skills for an all-out offense. Despite being blinded and unaware, the man easily catches the boy's blade and praises the boy's ability to adapt quickly. Zeke rushes backward anxiously and wonders what he means by mercenary. He assumes the mysterious guy might know something about his past. Seeing a Draker like Zeke throw away his sword and prioritize his life, the man believes he's better suited to become a mercenary instead of a knight. Our boy finally understands his words, and the feeling he gets from the mysterious guy makes his doubts certain. The power gap between them is so huge that the guy can easily kill Zeke if he's here for that. The protagonist assumes he's probably the same level as Red Knight. The man points to his heavy claymore and believes he just picked it up from the basic supply. He wonders why Zeke, with such insane talents, is wasting his potential wielding a weapon like that. The protagonist becomes certain the man might be even stronger. But out of nowhere, Andre appears looking for the mysterious guy. He shocks Zeke and calls him the guard keeper Dexter. Zeke finds it hard to believe, while Dexter questions how Andre managed to find him out. The knight remembers seeing Dexter at the training room earlier. He orders Zeke to get lost if his injuries are healed already, so our boy awkwardly tries to leave. But Dexter stops him and offers the kid to come to the Academy's western greenhouse if he wants to learn something useful. Everyone goes silent for a second, but then Zeke arrogantly declines and leaves the room. Dexter becomes annoyed and feels nostalgic, as Zeke's father had the same arrogant attitude. Since Zeke's not a gullible kid anymore, he quickly catches up and believes if the gardener has the balls to mention Arthur, the patriarch's name, so casually, then he's definitely the person who only took Andre as his support in his entire life. Duke Draker, the Gale Knight. He's also one of the knights capable of using martial force. The crazy man went against a whole kingdom all by himself. The guy suddenly disappeared out of nowhere after becoming the talk of the town, so Zeke was not expecting him to be living a peaceful life at the Academy like this. He guesses maybe Andre also came here because of Dexter. He wonders if Dexter got the Duke title because of his overwhelming tenacity or something like that. He recalls hearing a rumor that the crazy man even became a Black Knight just because he's obsessed with the color black. He finds it hard to believe, and even though he's sure the Duke is interested in him right now, Zeke doesn't care about it because he's not after just some light lessons. He's so greedy for power that he wants to at least learn the man's secret move if he's going to become Dexter's disciple. Zeke smiles and decides to change his interest and greed into tenacity. At the Magic Academy, Professor Phantom awkwardly continues teaching the class and asks if anyone has a question. The whole class ends up sleeping out of boredom, which is a bit demotivating for the professor. So, he continues his lecture, but the protagonist raises his hand and questions about the mana energy transfer law the professor just mentioned. Phantom becomes excited and starts acting differently since it's the first time getting a question. He takes his time and explains everything to Zeke. After the class finally ends, the students wonder why they're being taught about magic theory. The others just call it nap time. Zeke has a completely different opinion about the class because he was able to understand everything with ease. He believes the professor is definitely a capable man. Phantom stops him and expresses his feelings. He's glad he was able to actually explain something to a passionate student after ages, so he offers the protagonist to come and ask about anything without hesitation if he's curious or doesn't understand a concept. He awkwardly shares he's still an alumnus at the Delphoa Magic University, so he has access to a lot of information. This surprises Zeke, as he wasn't expecting the professor to be involved with the Magic University of Delphoa, the nation that gave birth to magic. He takes Phantom's offer, as there's no harm in getting close to a capable mage. He believes mages who have a good grasp on math are usually great thinkers, so it's better to have one as a colleague instead of a stuffy knight. He hopes the professor ends up being useful in the future. As soon as Zeke exits the academy, he spots Dexter and realizes the guy is already running out of patience just after a week. Dexter asks if it's finally over, and before the protagonist says something, he cuts off the kid and starts questioning why he didn't pull up to the greenhouse. Dexter was hoping he would get the hint when the guy mentioned he was ready to teach something useful, but Zeke repeats his words and lets the guy know he's not interested. Dexter becomes annoyed and starts acting like a kid. But Zeke explains he's sure Dexter is no ordinary person, but he's busy with individual training, so it'll be hard. Dexter understands his reasoning, but all of a sudden he takes back his words, and in an instant, he moves behind Zeke. The protagonist gets no time to react and easily gets knocked out by the Gale Knight. After a while, he finally gains consciousness and still finds it hard to believe that he got knocked out so casually. He guesses Dexter was totally fed up after waiting for a whole week. Zeke observes he's already at the western greenhouse. Dexter asks if he finally woke up. Zeke points out this is clear abduction, but the careless man agrees with him and arrogantly reveals he's interested in our boy. Since he's not even trying to hide it anymore, Zeke assumes he has no patience, but he remains persistent and tries escaping using his swift steps because he believes this isn't the right time. But Dexter appears in front of him, surprising the kid.
This isn't the time.
Once more, but miserably fails because Dexter's able to catch up. Zeke doesn't want to be treated so lightly, so he decides to tease the guy and asks why he looks so interesting to Dexter. The man reminds him about his insane healing capabilities. Zeke smiles and finally understands the cause. He challenges the man to force an answer out of him. So Dexter suddenly disappears. Zeke questions what he's up to, and all of a sudden, the sword almost hits him from behind. He manages to catch it and wonders what Dexter's hoping to achieve. Zeke takes a fighting stance and questions Dexter's actions. So the mysterious man appears and reminds Zeke that he was challenging the guy first. But that seems boring, so they should make challenges him to graze even a single piece of his clothing if he wants his wish granted. With a terrifying expression, the man demands to know everything Zeke is hiding if he ends up losing the challenge. After 3 whole hours of continuous fighting, Dexter begins to question the kid's tenacity. The guy learns Zeke doesn't just have insane stamina and endurance. He's also capable of limitlessly healing and recovering, making him unstoppable. The protagonist crawls back up, and without wasting a second, he activates his healing skills and infinite stamina, which allows him to keep going all day long. But he admits even such skills won't help him achieve victory, so he recalls his Might of the Dragon skill, which seemed a bit too dangerous, so he never used it. Zeke believes it'll be fine using such a skill against a Black Knight. His gaze instantly changes as he becomes ready to attack once more and continue the fight. Dexter looks at his cold eyes and becomes excited, as this is how a fight should go. Our boy starts emitting a roar and activates his swift steps to rush forward so he can land an attack. But Dexter is able to see through his attacks. He admits the kid is faster than before, but remembers he is nothing compared to some of the people he fought in his past. However, he sees the insane spite in the protagonist's eyes, which surpasses any kind of tenacity. The guy falls in love with it and decides to use a bit of his aura. But all of a sudden, our boy activates the Might of the Dragon and catches him off guard. Dexter manages to break his sword and push it back, but he becomes confused and questions what happened. He uses the dust around him to keep himself hidden, and wonders if Zeke used a technique to somehow block his vision. He doubts our boy can find him with such a thick screen of dust, but with the use of Dragon Eyes, the protagonist is able to locate his presence and tries attacking from behind. He manages to finally land an attack, but the Black Knight instantly disappears, shocking the protagonist. He believes it's that dude's secret technique that allows him to move instantly, causing a gust. He finally understands why Dexter is known as the Gale Knight, but while he's contemplating, the man appears behind him, and without much effort, he moves in and calls it a draw, before completely wrecking the protagonist and ending the fight. The system shows the built-up fatigue has surpassed the usual limits because of his excessive use of skills, so his consciousness is going to be forcefully shut down for his own safety. Zeke begins losing his vision. He tries getting up but fails to do anything at all. After a few hours, he regains consciousness and finds himself in his own room. Our boy assumes the dude probably brought him here. He regrets losing, but believes this much is expected of the Black Knight. Despite throwing whatever he had, he still lost. Zeke remembers using the same old attack pattern again and again in hopes of throwing his guard down. And then, as soon as he got an opportunity, he instantly changed, using the Might of the Dragon and his Dragon Eyes to finally land an attack. But all of his efforts were still not enough. He's sure the skill Dexter used at the end was his secret move. Zeke regrets getting knocked out just because he abused the draconian skills. He's glad he got to see the man's secret move at least. The absurd speed Dexter used with his incredibly trained body. It is the same move that allowed Andre to achieve such a high rank despite having weak stamina. Zeke regrets losing the opportunity as he wanted to learn it badly, but he still feels somewhat satisfied. He is sure the skill Might of the Dragon, which was able to force even a Black Knight to hesitate, is surely going to wreck any small fries if they're ever exposed to it. Zeke receives a message from the system. He checks everything and learns his swift steps leveled up. His soul was able to develop, and along with that, his system functions are also available now, so he can unlock them anytime using his karma points. He becomes surprised and sees options to unlock a mini-map, an inventory, and a quest book with enough karma points. Seeing a bunch of things pop up, Zeke takes his time and understands what he's looking at. He buys the inventory first, so the system by thinking about the name and shape. It explains everything, so the protagonist selects his sword as an item to store. Since he can activate it just by a thought, he enchants it, saving it with the sword in his hand. The claymore suddenly vanishes and appears inside the inventory window. He understands the system instructions now, and tries thinking about his sword to pull it out. The claymore instantly appears in his hands, exceeding his expectations. as he thought it was just a subspace for storage. He recalls trying to find a good place to store the artifacts he had in his past life. He learns he can easily increase the storage as well just by using karma points, and the whole function is just a low-rank administrator skill. The protagonist is surprised and wonders what he's going to unlock once he reaches the high-rank administrator function. He understands karma points are extremely precious, so it's going to be dumb using them without properly thinking. He decides to make a few changes in his plans, but as he's trying to think, Dexter appears and asks for permission to come inside. Zeke gets a bit surprised, but lets him in. The butler shares there as a message for our boy. The man said Zeke will understand if he shares it as from the garden keeper Dexter. Our boy smiles and realizes his efforts were not a total waste as he reads the invitation. Dexter assures him to come whenever he's ready to challenge again. He remembers the man called it a draw before wrecking him for this reason. He gets excited since he still has the awesome opportunity. The butler shares another thing, that he managed to locate the blacksmith our boy mentioned. Zeke asks about the appointment, but the butler awkwardly shares it didn't go as planned because the blacksmith refused any appointments. Zeke gets shocked but learns the guy stopped forging weapons now. The next day, Zeke reaches the blacksmith's shop he used to visit in his past life. He finds the name a bit funny and enters the shop. He asks if anyone's inside. In his past life, the protagonist recalls wielding a sword known as the Radiance of Ran. It was a real masterpiece forged by Galleon, who called it a payment in exchange for saving his life. He believes Galleon deserves the grand title Blacksmith of the Soul, because rumors have it that he
Hello, how's it going?
Zeke remembers that the blacksmith didn't disappoint him in his past life, and forged a weapon with an ability he needed the most. The sword was capable of replacing Ether before him. Galleon used to be the greatest blacksmith on the entire continent. Zeke feels disappointed finding him in such a drunken state. Galleon notices the kid and orders him to get lost, saying it's not a shop for teens. Zeke is aware the guy had a horrible attitude, but he wasn't expecting this kind of moody temperament. He wonders what happened before Galleon met our boy in his past life. Without hesitation, Zeke throws a bucket.
Excuse you? That's new. I don't normally show up as recommended.
He demands an answer for the rejection earlier.
I normally don't show up as a recommended for anybody. Then again, it might be depending on what game that I'm playing.
He begins trembling in fear and continues to repeat his apology, but believes a crappy blacksmith like him doubts he's capable of making anything good for others, and he can't even make what he himself wants. So he has stopped taking commissions for a while. Zeke is a bit surprised to see a famous blacksmith like him had a shitty phase. He suddenly recalls the guy was already an incredible blacksmith back when he met Galleon. He never mentioned anything about his life, probably because he felt too embarrassed to share his failures. But Zeke doesn't have time to wait around. Galleon starts going crazy because of his existential crisis, but Zeke snaps him out of it. The insecure guy apologizes for his disrespectful behavior, but Zeke assures him it's nothing and demands to see the weapons he failed to properly forge. While the blacksmith guides him to the back, the protagonist realizes he has no other choice but to help the depressed guy find the right path. As they reach the backyard, Galleon apologizes for the mess, and Zeke assures him not to worry, as it looks cool. Galleon thanks him, so Zeke begins looking around. While he observes the swords, Galleon warns him to be careful because they're all still sharp. Our boy continues checking around and finds out they're not failures at all. They have the same quality as what he used before when he was called the best in the entire continent. Zeke's dragon eyes help him see through everything. He notices something and asks the guy if he has any issues with his brazier. Galleon is surprised to hear. Zeke orders him to just answer. He even points out that the guy goes through smelting using his own methods. He's able to see Galleon mixes multiple kinds of metals to create a lighter but stronger material. But Zeke easily breaks one of his fatal swords and calls the durability of the name. He explains that in such cases, the real issue is that many impurities have been properly removed while forging the sword. Galleon feels shocked to see Zeke just see his whole forging method instantly. He even called out all the major issues he causes with the method. Galleon gets an idea and calls Zeke. He's sure it might come out as weird, but he wants to make it fast. Inside the shop, Zeke asks what he's up to. The blacksmith shows him a blueprint and reveals all the secrets without hesitation. Zeke remembers it's the same blueprint the guy revealed in his past life, known as the blueprint of the magic brazier. Galleon didn't want to hide his secrets from someone who saved his life, so he revealed the blueprint. He does the same this time. Zeke believes the smelting method will become flawless with this. Galleon expected our boy to recognize it, but Zeke wonders why he's not working on it even though he has the blueprint. Galleon explains he's still missing the most important part, but the Magic Tower's commission fee is 10,000 gold coins. Even a normal family only spends 10 golds monthly. It's 10 times more than that. Our boy finally understands why it took him a good 10 years to become successful. He admits thinks the price is totally insane. Galleon knows this is going to sound pretty absurd, but since the protagonist is a Draker and a pure-blooded Awakener, he hopes Zeke can help him get his hands on the Breacher. In return, he's willing to do any and all commissions for free as long as he is alive. Zeke contemplates and finds the request almost impossible because he's not the family's guardian knight, so there's no way he can gather an absurd amount like that. Even as a pure blood, he needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance, so he thinks of a solution. Zeke knows it's an issue regarding the mana energy laws, so all of a sudden, he gets an amazing idea and accepts the request. Zeke takes the blueprint, but Galleon still finds it hard to believe. So, our boy assures him he knows.
Wait a minute, I gotta go back to the bed.
Graham know if something works. Before leaving, Zeke orders him to stop drinking, but the guy gets down on his knees and grabs our boy's leg. He bursts into tears and promises to serve the protagonist for his entire life if this works. He continues to show his gratitude while Zeke tries leaving the workshop. This works. He continues to show his gratitude while Zeke tries leaving the workshop. At the Draker Academy's professorial research building, Zeke finds it absurd and wonders why the Mage Tower scumbags have the fee so high, even though the task itself looks fairly easy. He remembers Phantom's major was related to this, so he tries recalling the guy's research lab. As he continues to look for it, he notices something happening in an alley. A kid gets his ass wrecked by a few bullies. He tries apologizing with tears in his eyes. The protagonist suddenly recalls the same thing used to happen in his past life. He grits his teeth in frustration and decides to check the alley. Leon calls the poor kid complete trash and continues beating him up. He lets out the frustration and anger he has for Zeke on the poor victim instead. Leon doesn't admit his defeat and calls it all bullshit while he stomps his victim's head onto the ground. Leon thinks his defeat couldn't be helped because of the surprise attack, but he calls it pure luck and doesn't believe Zeke has the right to be called a pure-blooded Awakener for it. As soon as Zeke appears and speaks up, Leon's expression instantly changes. The protagonist arrogantly smiles but suddenly becomes serious, and with terrifyingly cold eyes, he orders the bullies to get on their knees if they love their life. Leon calls him out for his arrogance and doubts he actually went through any real pure-blood awakening, but the protagonist shuts him up and terrifyingly orders him to bow down, or else he's done. His words send chills down Leon's spine. He becomes scared and starts sweating anxiously, but the bully wonders why he's feeling such insane pressure, even though Zeke was completely insignificant just a few months ago. Leon grits his teeth in anger and frustratingly calls him an inferior guy. He orders his goons to rush and attack the protagonist at once, but Zeke remains unfazed despite seeing a puncher. He warns them once more and easily dodges the punch. Our boy rips the first guy, moves forward, and defeats him. Zeke grabs the kid flying at him and throws him back. With ease, he destroys the whole gang instantly. While watching the whole shit show, Leon sweats anxiously, and it's hard for him to believe this is the same Zeke he knew. The protagonist approaches him and arrogantly assures the wimpy guy not to worry, as it's going to hurt just for a second. Leon pulls out his sword in fear and orders the protagonist to stay away, or else he's going to get injured. Zeke reminds him what it means to pull out a weapon in the training area. The wimp sweats anxiously and becomes speechless, just to save himself from the murderous intent of Leon, who pulled out his sword outside the holy training ground. Zeke announces that he's going to fight back in the name of honor. He pulls out his sword as well and makes it clear that their battle will only end once one of them finally dies. Whoever drew the sword first takes the responsibility for whatever's going to happen, and the opponent is not going to be at fault despite the outcome. Zeke turns Leon, the beat-up goon, into their witness and then starts the fight, but the wimpy bully stops him and apologizes. Leon pisses his pants as well and begs the protagonist to let him go this once. Our boy recalls what happened in his past life, so he calls Leon a trashy scumbag and, in a flash, cuts the bully's ear as payment for what he did. Leon starts screaming in pain, but the merciless protagonist warns him to never attach it back, or else he's going to get his head chopped off the next time they encounter each other. The victim calls Zeke and asks why he went out of his way to save the guy. Our boy brushes it off since he wasn't helping anyone. He was just helping himself. While leaving, he wonders if Galleon made him change, as he almost said something embarrassing. He finally finds the professor and asks if it's doable. Phantom gives him a straightforward answer and reveals it's possible. Zeke leaves it up to him, but the guy stops our boy and requests him to properly listen to what he has to say. Phantom explains the overall composition is not hard, but the real issue is its core that's required for power output. The core is said to be the heart of the machine, but but since this circuit has a lot of weird restrictions, it might look small but needs a lot of energy. They also have to manipulate the output with time. Zeke understands everything and asks if there's a way to make it. The professor explains they have two options. He can maybe make a few changes in the design because of the core's condition, but he disappointingly mentions such a task is going to take a whole decade or maybe 15 years. Zeke is shocked by this, but the professor repeats it's going to take an insane amount of time. He continues and explains that
I got $400, and I actually needed that. I ain't gonna lie. I was short on bills this week. I saw this app called Benjamin, and it said I could get $400 just for signing up for Chime. Of course, I thought it was fake. But what did I have to do? I did it anyway. Signed up, followed the steps, and 3 days later, $400 hit my account. That money got me through. Paid what I needed. You need help? Go do it now. This ain't a joke. Download Benjamin app and find the Chime offer. $400 is waiting for you.
Yo, what the hell you doing? What it look like I'm doing? I'm packing my bags. Oh, you got the floor. You about to go over there? Go over there? Go over where? Egghead Island. You know, it's a big incident going on over there. Let me tell you something. I'm leaving because of Egghead. But it's not the go-to Egghead. I'm out of here. I'm out of here? What do you mean by you out of here? I mean, I'm out. I quit. I'm not doing this shit no more. Another quitter? Bro, what do you mean you quit? What do I mean? Did you not see what's happening on that island? You talking about Egghead? You scared of some pirates, bro? It's an admiral on the island. I think we good. What? Oh, you don't know. You think I'm worried about some pirates? Yeah, ain't you scared of the fact that there's a Yonko on Egghead Island? That's why you got your tail tucked between your legs like a little bitch and you trying to run away and shit. Oh, I'm a bitch. Okay, I'm gonna show you something. Direct your attention to the screen right in front of you. I mean, what could be showing? Shit, just look at the screen. You about to see right now. Look, right there. That's the strongest people on the island. Already fighting, but they feel something that's making them more panic. Kizu, Luffy, and Zoro. Yeah, that's the strongest people on the island. Why they moving like they feel something, like they panicking about something? Don't worry. You about to find out. You see, that's Jinbei right there. He's already one of the bad guys we're supposed to be fighting. Even he's saying, what's that unearthly presence? What could he be possibly talking about, gang? I'm assuming you're going to tell me. Tell you? I can do even better than that. Look at the screen. I'm going to show you. Look, right there. You see the eyes? What's that? What is that? Pay attention. You about to find out. Look what he's doing. He's ordering the Pacifista to stand down after Vegapunk ordered them already. Who do we know got more authority than Vegapunk over Vegapunk's own technology? Who ranks higher than Vegapunk when it comes to the Pacifista? Oh, did your mind do its mind thing and actually think for once? Yes, it's one of the damn five elders, one of the people we work for, our big bosses. Look at this shit. Look at it, bro. What's that? What is that, bro? And then look at the Marines on the island, bro. They literally think they're being attacked on somebody's entrance, bro. That is a pillar of fire, son. I know you ain't trying to tell me that's one of the five elders. Oh, I don't have to tell you that. The Marines on the island is literally saying that they are elders rival, son. What the hell is one of the five elders doing on Egghead Island? And why is entrance looking so ominous? Why is it so ominous? Gang is even looking at the screen. It's damn near demonic. Demonic? Nah. He one of the five elders, bro. We the good guys. He's coming out of the same thing. It's literally a pentagram. Nah, that can't be. That gotta be one of the pirates. Look at the red ass eyes. You telling me that's somebody we work for? That's one of the five niggas we work for, bro. That's why I'm packing my shit. I'm out of here, bro. I thought we was the good guys. But the truth is, we might not be the good guys. What is that? Bro, what is that? That's a monster, son. See, you keep trying to downplay it. That's not a monster. That's a demon, bro. That is a regular monster to you. We fight monsters. This a demon. Nah, I'm not buying it, bro. That's not Saint Saturn, bro. How can he be a demon? His name is literally Saint. It literally announces, all right, his name is on the screen in front of the demon. What are we talking about, bro? That's a demon, and that's what we
What up, crazy? How you doing? About to say crazy. You got some characters on the Anime Vanguard you can hook your brother up with? Or nah? You ain't got the.
Devontae, why you keep popping up at my door? Why do you have problems? What? You said you wanted to go to the Kumite. Kumite? I never said I wanted to go to the Kumite, Devontae. Why you don't want to go to the Kumite? Remember the song from Kelly? Remember what she said? Oh, so you want to learn about the Kumite? No, I don't want
So you want to learn about the Kumite? Anime Guardians. Anime Guardian, the game that I'm playing right now. Anime Guardian, the game that I'm playing right now. What do you mean you kinda weak? Oh no, wait, you're not the friend that's been playing this. It's my friend AJ and Prince. Sorry, I thought I got you mixed up with someone else. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to get this, try to get Sakuna and Gojo to like that third evolution. So I gotta work on, gotta do this to do it. I think the max is like 30. Yeah, I need a whole bunch of these. I need these and I need these. I wish they had like what's the name for these? Excuse me.
Hey, no, nuts, leave me alone. I ain't asking. Well, folks, about that time, they attacked me. Fight X or Gojo. I've done a lot of fights on this channel, but I'm thinking right now this is going to be the quickest. There's not a singular thing that Gojo could possibly do to beat X. Quite honestly, one snap and the fight's over. X is a reality warper who's damn near God. You don't exactly know where his focus comes from, so we don't even know if he has a weakness yet. You have to accept that he's being made even more powerful if people believe that he can do anything. And the sheer fact that people believe that X is omnipotent, X can just simply snap his fingers and play with reality, time, space, and everything in between. What is it, Biggie? drag you to a space where that logic doesn't matter. Congratulations, you swung on X and he just snapped you out of existence or just made you graffiti on the wall. Crazy how that hollow purple turned it into a bitch. Boy, X could just drop that man off in space and just have him suffocate. This man can just snap him into the lowest part of the ocean with a precious high shit. What do you do against someone who can grab you and ball you up while you're eating? Throw you away like a piece of paper because they switched to 3D. X would definitely know diff, but what do you guys think? Well, folks, it's about that time. They got attack missiles there. This is fun.
Yeah, you gotta remember, Gojo is not one of those, though. Brother, gotta remember, Gojo is not one of those.
Yes, I'm gonna have to take you in. Yo, shop. Yo, what you doing? What you mean what I'm doing? I'm about to take you in and get that bounty. Square up. Say less. Don't you see that kid in the phone snap?
Say less. Brother said, say less.
Yeah, Bounty Collection Office, how can I help?
What's going on?
Bro, I tried to catch his chopper at his tries, bro.
Why are you wasting your time on him? His bounty's 100 berries.
100 berries? What you mean 100 berries?
He's the best. He's weak.
Bro, this man chewed an orange ball and turned into a 60-foot monster.
What?
Raise his bounty immediately. He's not to be fucked with. He's whooping my ass.
Bro,
his name ain't Chopper for no reason, bro. This man turned into Kung Fu Panda and karate chopped this shit on me, bro.
hold on. Is that Chopper on the Straw Hats? Oh, yes, I'm gonna have to take you in. Yo, son.
Yo, what you doing?
What you mean what I'm doing? I'm about to take you in and get that Holy Spirit. Say less. Don't you mean that kid?
負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて勝って負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて勝って負けて負けて負けて勝って負けて負けて勝って負けて勝って勝って勝って勝って勝って勝って勝ってYou 勝った
Wasting your time on him. His bounty's 100 berries.
100 berries? What you mean 100 berries?
He's the baddest. He's weak.
Bro, this man chewed an orange ball and turned into a 60-foot monster.
What?
Raise his bounty immediately. He's not to be fucked with. He's whooping my ass.
What do you mean?
Bro, his name ain't Chopper for no reason, bro. This man turned into Kung Fu Panda and karate chopped this shit on me, bro. Help me, please.
Hold on. Is that Chopper on the Straw Hat?
Help me, please.
1 minute of me trying to make America Wizard Season 2. Where is Marcel's fucking match?
Makes no sense.
But it's funny.
Money needs to make sense too.
It crashed again, did it? Why do I have an airplane like I'm positive somewhere in this schedule I'm supposed to fit in sleep, but I can't think of where to put it. Tell you what, that looks fucking awesome.
Brother said I was supposed to put it in sleep somewhere in the schedule, and I forgot to put it where. I was like, what do you mean you forgot to put sleep in your schedule? How's that possible?
Now I need them.
Join our exclusive Discord through the Patreon. Links available through the channel description in the bio. 1 minute of me trying to make America Wizard Season 2. Where is Marcel's fucking match?
Makes no sense.
But it's funny.
Money needs to make sense too.
Oh, it crashed again, did it? Why do I have an airplane like it? I'm positive somewhere in this schedule I'm supposed to fit in sleep, but I can't think of where to put it. Tell you what, that looks fucking awesome.
Now I need them.
Join our exclusive Discord through the Patreon. Links available through the channel description in the bio. 1 minute of me trying to make America Wizard Season 2. Where is Marcel's fucking match?
No sense.
But it's funny.
Money needs to make sense too.
Oh, it crashed again, did it? Why do I have an airplane like it? I'm positive somewhere in this schedule I'm supposed to fit in sleep, but I can't think of where to put it. Tell you what, that looks fucking awesome.
負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて勝って
Now I
負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて勝って
This one through the page.
負けて負けて負けて勝って負けて負けて勝って負けて
Me
勝っ
trying
て
to make America wizard season 2.
勝って勝って勝って勝って竜を勝った
sense.
What is it? It's fucking awesome.
Now I need that.
Visit this one through the Patreon. Links available through the channel description and the bio. Minute of me trying to make America Wizard Season 2. Where is Marsuck's fucking match?
Makes no sense.
What? It's funny.
Money needs to make sense.
What the hell? Since when? Since okay, when I was fighting Katakuri. Hey, look, okay was 200 episodes ago, and I'm just finding out about this now? Wait right here. A few.
Yes, Luffy can see the future. What you talking about?
Superhero X has created their own all at the same time remixes.
While at the same time remixing Saitama. Literally. No, seriously. X is basically Saitama because brother's overpowered, but he can literally give less of a shit of being overpowered. How you gonna be overpowered but still don't give a fuck about being overpowered? They put Midoriya in the box. We are not putting Midoriya in the box. They just put Midoriya in the box. We're gonna put all we love in the box. And at least I'm loved. At least I'm loved.
I mean, just look at it.
Wait.
Just look at it, you know.
It's fine. Let's keep it on you.
Right, well, are there any areas I could improve in?
Yes, you are not punching the students enough.
Well, I certainly appreciate your honesty. Wait, one more time for Toshinori.
Do you know why I hired you?
Because I was the #1 hero?
Because you're built like a tank and can punch a semi-truck like cardboard.
That feels objectifying.
I mean, now you look like Jack Skellington doing bad Dragon Ball cosplay.
I think they're just making my kidneys fail.
I think they just want you about kidneys fail.
That's what I want to see. Where was that all year?
Principal Nezu, we may be training them, but they're still just children.
Oh, they've been through worse. Again, I refer you to Ida.
Too many times. Principal Nezu committed
Again, I refer you to Ida.
keep the students from outside threats.
Because that's our job. These kids want to be superheroes. If we aren't traumatizing them 8 times a week, no one would graduate, honestly. Name one superhero that hasn't suffered.
Superman?
Whole species died.
Flash?
Broke time.
Wonder Woman?
And for what?
I suppose I could
It's a woman. Got me there.
obstacle courses.
For me, as long as you use this.
Why did you get a grenade launcher?
To make regular business trips to America.
Huh? Which the way we don't give rocket launchers for free, damn it. We don't give rocket launchers for free, damn it. You have to be part of the military.
That's spectacular box already. Wouldn't that mean you'd have to admit to actually tolerating Midoriya without following spectacle scrolls yet? No.
負けて負けて負けて
Midoriya in the box.
負けて負けて負けて勝って負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて勝って
Bullshit.
負けて負けて勝って負けて
Bullshit.
勝って負けて勝って勝って勝って勝って勝って勝って勝って竜を勝った
It's
Just wanted you right now. If Azawa hears you say that, you.
I thought it was a sports festival. That's Rat Face. The sad part about this is that the names are on the boxes, man. I don't even know if I should try with this last one, but we're gonna do it anyway, so. Who is this? Oh, that's Sue right there.
You remember?
You know Sue's name, but no one else's? Okay, first of all, she goes by Sue. Respect it. Second of all, you don't mess around with Sue.
Yeah, I'm about to punch the absolute.
Struggled a bit on this test, so I need you to come in after class so we can look over the material together. Oh, what? That's so homophobic of you, Miss Raizawa. Excuse me? Kaminari, let's not break cash money at the Azawa.
What the fuck is going on? The fuck is going on? The fuck is going on?
It's my turn. That's all.
Really, Todoroki? Really?
Alright, the next person that's felt like that is getting detention for a month. Until we get detention.
Why do you have brown skin? Thank you.
No, that was a compliment. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Yeah, big ass up, round face. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Why do I have a bad feeling? Oh no, out. Gotta get going. Oh no, out. Yeah, but it's time to get going. Even I know. Yep, time to get going.
This is a small series of Australian explorers by more explorers, and the first one in Australia is very spider from the East
Down under, and the number one cause of tourists absolutely shitting themselves. I would too. Said tourists, I will be the first to admit.
You'll never catch me going to Australia.
Job application. Those gangly ass legs and the hair make it look like Slender Man's testicles.
Yeah.
Bad enough. I'm afraid to inform you that the huntsman spider grows up to 30 centimeters in size. Spider on the planet was expanded, and only learned somewhere to marketing was a foot long. Now, being the spider equivalent of a Ford F-150, you'd think you'd have the common decency to be slow, 10 minutes. Unfortunately, the huntsman is turbocharged. Now, it's that he is also highly venomous because of Australia. However, that's his big secret. The huntsman is a big sweetheart. Like an SCP, huntsmen are incredibly timid, and on the rare occasion they do bite, their venom is harmless. In fact, seeing one of these bad boys in your house is a disguise, because if you see a huntsman in your home, I guarantee you won't see any of the way flies or mosquitoes, because he's eaten them. You see, he understands he's big enough that he should be paying rent, and so he contributes to the household in pest control. Personally, have anyone
these bad boys as an 8-legged roommate, and I can tell you they're pretty good company. Except where they cause car crashes. They like to hide in tight spaces and cracks, and they do it by flattening out their body to fit into the gap.
Oh,
Now, in the house, that usually means you'll just find them behind a painting, but when you're flying down the highway at 110k an hour and decide to flick down the sun visor because God is trying
Oh,
to
no.
get that sleeping thing, you just drop one into your lap.
Oh, no.
Panic.
I'm crashing the car. Then Spider's dying with me.
It has to rearrange its organs and skeleton.
It's a kiwi bird. Okay, this bird's build is awful. It was funny. There was a phase where like me and a few friends we talked about kiwi birds, and every time we were eating kiwis, we tried only maybe like 3 times. Every time we eat one, we'd be like, oh my god, we're eating like the ancestors of the kiwi bird. We're like eating its like family. So this is so funny. And I had a whole like there's this brand called I think Kiwi Bird. It's like the shoe shiner and all that crap. I don't know. You can probably find it at Walmart, but it's just funny. Every time I saw the like Kiwi Bird like logo or just like the drawing of the Kiwi Bird or just the logo in general, I mean Kiwi Bird.
Just to lay an egg.
They're so cute.
Guys, the kiwi bird. I speaking to Brad Tyte, native to New Zealand this time, and the absolute poster child for getting cucked by evolution. You see, this
They're so cute.
is actually directly related to the emu, ostrich, and
Emu.
cassowary, being a member of the same family.
So weird. I've never heard of that.
There is a problem. You see, the rest of the kiwi
American moment.
actually looked up build guide before picking their stat spread, and as
Bruh.
they made sure to trade the whole flying thing for something useful.
Why does he look like the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy?
For something.
The guy who has like he whistles and the laser like goes around. I can't remember his name. This is what the bird reminds me of.
Something useful. With all of his cousins specking into speed, size, and
Damn.
some kind of offensive capability.
Holy shit.
What did the Kiwi pick to make up for not flying?
Oh,
Absolutely
nothing.
nothing. Kiwis are tiny in comparison to their relatives, coming in on the 4 kilos and 50 centimeters. This is because Kiwis evolved largely on an island with no natural predators, so they downsized and traded out the knife-eating, bloodlust, but just and a little guy with a good attitude. Pretty well. Until the British did British things, and now they have to deal with cats and dogs trying to eat them. And considering this bill was not designed for PvP, they have been clapped so hard by invasive species, they are now unfortunately an endangered animal. Getting shafted by the British is just the beginning of the generational violation of the Kiwi, because these poor friendly
British people.
can't even reproduce without getting fucked over. You see, the Kiwi bird's cousins are famous for laying.
Ew. I never had.
They are large.
I know there's people out there who eat like emu eggs. I can't. It just feels so wrong. You'll never catch me eating one unless you blindly feed it to me. I'm not eating it.
And you would be wrong, because their vertically challenged cousins have to lay eggs the same size. So Kiwi bird lays eggs
No.
20% the size of their body. The egg being so bloody large, it rearranges their internal organs just to be able to hold them. That is like a human
Bro,
giving birth
a boulder.
15-kilo child.
No, so that's like a human giving birth to a boulder. Holy.
That's a whole flavor.
That's what I'm saying.
He's basically a xenophobe.
Actually lost the passion. When I was younger, we have a storm door because it was like Midwesterners' houses have storm doors. There's the storm door, the actual door, and then inside the house. The little me inserts myself onto the sidewalk, and I walk to the sidewalk, and I walk to my house, and I open the storm door. This angry freaking wasp that got stuck in my storm door, whoever closed it last, trapped that MF in there. Once I swung it open, I had things in my hands. Can you
bitches.
Oh, fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no.
Right? And this is probably the most effective two-inch
I'll never watch it.
that has the second
Australians, how do you do it? How do you live
領域展開
tree?
福間水
No. You used to watch this guy.
pack and a half.
Oh my god.
Venom has been described as
Oh no.
and electric. Now, the size of
Oh
poison
my.
just for nothing, because as the name tarantula or wasp suggests, they are purpose-built, genetically perfect machines designed specifically to violate spiders. In Australia, basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for it. They don't execute the spiders. No.
負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて負けて勝って
My
負け
favorite
て
movie
負けて
ever.
負けて負けて負けて負けて勝って
Favorite childhood
負けて
movie.
負けて負けて勝って負けて負けて勝って負けて勝って勝って勝って勝って勝って勝って勝って竜を勝った
That takes a wrong turn down a dark alley.
It's Dexter. Tonight's the night.
Then proceeds to drag the still completely conscious and aware spider into an isolated kill room,
Oh
which is where
no,
the
bro.
fun really begins.
He's Wadsworth practically Dexter. Now Wadsworth said, "My name is Dexter Morgan, and tonight's the night, baby."
Because our wasp isn't hungry,
Night the night.
pregnant. It proceeds to lay its egg on the paralyzed spider's abdomen. After about 3 to 4 days, that egg hatches into a larvae. Very, very hungry
Yuck.
larvae.
Very hungry
Oh,
caterpillar.
fresh food right here underneath them. That
Oh,
food being
yuck.
still paralyzed, still very conscious and aware spider. The larvae burrows into the spider's abdomen and gets what?
Commentary.
Into a KFC family bucket.
Oh hell no.
Inside out, purposely avoiding vital organs to keep the food nice and fresh. After it's done consuming a being, the larvae breaks off the demolished corpse while chest
Oh my.
fucks off to continue the generational arachnid violation. Anyhow, good luck getting any sleep tonight.
Oh no.
This eel is such a menace that he routinely gets
This is
the
Seal.
body.
This is Neil the Steel. I heard about this. I watched a TikTok about this.
Alright, sun's gone down. I should be able to go scout. Never mind. Dude, why are you still here? I thought you were going to go get meds. I'm not scavenging until the sun comes up. Now, let me put these UV lights everywhere. Why would we do that? Did you not hear the blood-curdling scream? There are tiles outside. They cannot be as scary as clickers. So much worse. Absolutely so much worse. I'd rather deal with clickers. What's the deal with them? Oh, where the hell did I begin? First of all, they're faster than any runner. They can climb. They're stronger than any zombie out there. So, this thing might as well tickle them. Ours just turn them into a zombie and completely change them on a genetic level, okay? Runners are closer to humans than these things are. And do I even need to mention the bite? Okay, well, how do we get rid of them then? Look, they're not invincible, okay? They're just resistant to bullets. But that being said, it's going to take a lot of ammo to put just one of them down, and the only thing that can even deter them is ultraviolet lights, like I want to put all over the place right now, or the sun. Does it make them vampires? Ugh, close enough to vampires, basically. I'm going to bed. I'm not doing this tonight.
Looks like TikTok will get banned in 2 weeks in the US, but that ain't gonna stop me from giving you useless video game knowledge. And I definitely ain't stopping America Wizards. So if you don't want to miss out on future episodes and more content to come out this year, join us over on YouTube and Patreon. My YouTube is Madman Fender. All the links are in my bio.
Alright, sun's going down. I should be able to go scavenge.
Fuck no.
Never mind. Dude, why are you
The moment he heard of volatile is the moment he said, hell no.
Why did we do that? Did you not hear the blood-curdling scream? There are volatiles outside.
be as scary as clickers. So much worse. Absolutely so much worse. I'd rather deal with clickers. Oh, where the hell am I again? First of all, they're faster than any runner. They can climb. They're stronger than any zombie out there. Oh, and this thing might as well take all that. Ours didn't just turn them into a zombie, and they completely changed them on a genetic level, okay? The runners are closer to humans than these things are. And do I even need to mention the bites? Okay, well, how do we get rid of them then? Look, they're not invincible, okay? They're just resistant to bullets. But that being said, it's gonna take a lot of ammo to put just one of them down, and the only thing that can even deter them is ultraviolet lights, like I want to put all over the place right now, or the sun. Does it make them vampires? No.
Close enough.
Vampires, basically. I'm going to bed. I'm not doing this tonight. Looks like TikTok will get banned in 2 weeks in the US, but that ain't gonna stop me from giving you useless video game knowledge. And it definitely ain't stopping America with it. So if you don't want to miss out on future episodes and more content to come out this year, join us over on YouTube and Patreon. My YouTube is Madman Fender. All the links are in my bio. Alright, the sun's gone down. I should be able to go scavenge.
Yeah, no.
Never mind. Dude, why are you still here? I thought you were going to go get meds.
I'd be like, never mind.
Until the sun comes up. Now I'm into these UV lights everywhere. Why would we do that? Did you not hear the blood-curdling scream? There are volatiles outside. They cannot be as scary as clickers. So much worse. Absolutely so much worse. I'd rather deal with clickers. What's the deal with them? Oh, where the hell did I begin? First of all, they're faster than any runner. They can climb. They're stronger than any zombie out there. Oh, and this thing might as well take all that. Ours didn't just turn them into a zombie, and they completely changed them on a genetic level, okay? The runners are closer to humans than these things are. And do I even need to mention the bites? Okay, well, how do we get rid of them then? Look, they're not invincible, okay? They're just resistant to bullets. But that being said, it's gonna take a lot of ammo to put just one of them down, and the only thing that can even deter them is ultraviolet lights, like I want to put all over the place right now, or the sun.
Close enough.
Vampires, basically. I'm going to bed. I'm not doing this tonight. Looks like TikTok will get banned in 2 weeks in the US, but that ain't gonna stop me from giving.
My sister's friend who lives in Australia, she told me about this little guy.
Introduce to hey man, please can you up there, gang?
Good question. If he packed up his own wife and daughter, why did he fuck when he spared me? Not
Has he ball? Yo, what's going on? Wait, what's going on?
Good question. If he packed up his own wife and daughter, why did he fuck when he spared me? Not
Nigga, had you ball, nigga.
Y'all niggas pray to Kratos before every meal. The nigga died twice and came back like it's a fucking video game. See him punch a nigga into orbit. The nigga swallowed like the whole Greek pantheon. Now you got no enemies. He
Now
took
you
my
got
nigga
no-
Helios into a flashlight. He said, this nigga don't follow, he coming to Earth's next. The only thing scarier than a nigga with nothing to lose is a motherfucking guy with no news. I'm just born to God. Nigga, I have never seen a nigga get dead worse than this. I think he drowned beside him. The nigga died, went to hell, obviously, and then smoked the devil and left. Fire blades, ice axe, wind spear, is this nigga the fucking He got bored killing gods and decided to become a mythical lumberjack. Where did he even get a food?
Get an ass.
This nigga can fly? Fly?
Fly.
That can't go. I've never seen this nigga. Last thing that nigga Hound Dog heard before he died was I understand it now.
I understand it now.
This nigga was out. He killed Kratos and then brought him into life. He got Odin smoked, himself smoked, Hot Dog smoked, his whole realm destroyed. Fucking he threw a spear through my chest and then blew it up. Where the fuck did he even get that? He didn't kill me.
What's this nigga shit?
Oh my
So
god.
fucking flying in the ass by himself. Was everything I love. Turned around. And this nigga was a fucking never had a shit nigga who gave a fuck about his life. He smoked Hermes and took his J's and brought it down. No, for real. How do you drive beside it? They had to smoke this nigga twice and they still ain't working. Nigga, for real, how you bully smokes? The nigga is so infamous. The Egyptian pantheon smoked himself before he could even do it.
Damn.
He punched me in my chest and I damn near evaporated. So you just a retired crash out there, bitch? You think you thought that motherfucker? He don't got no noble reason. He just like to fight. He's just like my stomach nigga doing it for the love of the game. You know, as soon as he smoked with Greek niggas, he hopped on the boat, sailed for 400 years to find another pantheon to smoke. Got there and did it. This is he turned him on or something. I didn't even know you can leave him. I can see today. I didn't know this was a bad dad, but damn, look in the mirror, nigga, you got much better. Story hot knives on chains. What the fuck is that? Joe Blood was just the world's assiest nigga a magic hat. So this is the children for Kratos? Yeah, why? I can't fucking tell.
Never know.
Look at that nigga, when they told me the Ghost of Sparta pulled up, I dropped to my fucking knees right there. Odin played with that nigga's son and got put in the meanest combo in all the realms. He said all the memories. Everything is gone. He's still bleeding with 8 fucking spears. Hey, he was like a fucking pin cushion. His son can fucking shit. You fucking kidding me? Yeah, Marvin can't feel pain, but when Kratos stopped that nigga neck and he stopped moving, looked like he felt that motherfucker to me. I'm not fucking around and make the old Kratos. Fuck that nigga, he's done. He gets to watch he smoke a song from Valhalla. Who looks at this small, bald, Gandalf looking ass, he trash out young nigga, and decides he needs a fucking exploded spear. Is that a spear with a sweat? Have you seen how ashy this nigga is? I've never seen Cloud so long. Kratos turned a new leaf. Nigga, he must have turned that bitch back over when we weren't looking. Real. I know he's big and strong and tall, but both his ex-wives dead. It's not looking good for you. Atreus be talking to him crazy as hell. Nigga, do you not know about your little sister?
Nigga, you not know about
Kratos is 1,000 years old. Fucking retired. How does he keep responding? This ain't no fucking video. When they told me Kratos was pulling up, shit, come on, man.
I see that.
You seen how he left the Greek pantheon? No, it was the original crash out. I can't prove it. Now, for real, how did y'all not see this shit coming? When you tried to touch his heart, he said, Kratos, this isn't you. What happened to him? He got ripped in half.
You got rich in half.
Keep making you all these cracked ass weapons. Okay, I'm just being smart. No, this is being smart.
Off of this smoke, this smurf, no bullshit. Hey, YouTube videos, y'all, do a video, subscribe, with 5K, and watch this big dude.
This is the one that I landed on. Yes. We are going to open. Oh my god, Growly. Arcanine. Hulu. Mincino. And we got Nidoking. Oh my gosh, she's sleeping like a starfish.
Well, I got Yuta now, so that's good.
Explains the second method will help them completely avoid redoing the core's design by just using a different material. He admits this method will help them save
All right, I got all those
the
heard
material
it.
they need for it is a high compression mana stone. Zeke finds it absurd and gets up as soon as he hears about it. He remembers it's an insanely rare ancient artifact that no one can replicate even with modern technology. Phantom calls him correct and reminds him finding such materials in a ruin is even harder. To get their hands on a stone that will work with their original design, It's going to cost them 3,000 gold. Zeke becomes speechless at first. His frustration is expected, as he might get kicked out if someone catches on and learns he's not an aura user. 15 years is just too long, but he scratches his head and admits he can't manage 3,000 gold coins either. It's hard for him to admit defeat and just forget about the blacksmith. Almost everyone believes he's capable of using aura because of the event during the blessing rite, but the truth is, it was just a fake reaction he was able to show using his ether and healing abilities. He still can't change the fact that he's not capable of using aura. Ether is a power normal humans can't control. Besides the skill Spirit of the Soul, he can't use any sword skills that involve aura. But even with that skill, the only thing he can manage is reinforcing the sword and swinging it around. Compared to Ether, aura is a lot easier to use, so he has to somehow get his hands on Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Zeke remains frustrated and keeps thinking about the Mana Stone to somehow find a solution. Phantom expresses his astonishment and believes whoever came up with the blueprints is probably incredible. He calls it an efficient design and believes even among the Golden Age relics, it's rare for someone to create this. Zeke listens to his words and suddenly gets an idea. He gets up and orders the professor to handle the design until he comes back. The confused professor asks if Zeke wants him to redo the design and spend 15 years of his life, but Zeke clarifies he's going to bring one. He confidently shares he knows how to get his hands on a high-compression mana stone. The Golden Age, the Liberation War began so humanity could finally escape the rule of dragons. It ended once the evil dragon Bahamut died by the hands of Tarek and Draker. Humanity finally got peace for a whole century. But during that time, the ancient relics discovered inside the dragon's lair became the remnants of the Age of the Hero King, the prime age of magic. All of these relics surpassed whatever humans could create. Among them was the high-compression Mana Stone. It had enough energy to sustain a whole village's mana needs easily. A relic from the hero's era. Our boy reaches the Draker Academy Central Library. Even though no one uses it anymore, the Central Library is still being maintained because everyone believes the hero Tarek Draker established it himself. Decades ago, when the record rooms were being expanded, multiple relics from the Golden Age were discovered. The Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana didn't waste any time getting involved. During those months, many relics from the hero's era were found, and rumors about them spread through the whole continent instantly. Zeke remembers that's what happened in his past life. He enters the library and believes the relics still haven't been discovered by anyone. He can try all day, but doubts he'll find them so easily, so he uses his dragon eyes and roams through the whole library. He finally notices a weird tile, so he taps it to confirm if something's behind it or not. He enables the soul of the spirit and remembers it's the only use for ether his master taught him. Ether is capable of materializing, so the user can apply any kind of properties like cut to use it in different situations. It still has a lot of cons and drawbacks. Ether can't be used unless the user expends a large amount of it to do anything at all. He starts feeling fatigued right after using the technique, but without wasting any time, he enters through the tile. Inside a cave, he lights a fire and remembers the news in his past life never mentioned it was this deep. He suddenly hears something, even though he remembers the ruins were discovered at least a decade later. He wonders if someone already uncovered it, but he takes a peek and notices skeletons with shovels and pickaxes in their hands. He uses his dragon eye to confirm they're not made by a lich, so he decides to enable critical strike and instantly moves forward to destroy them. He receives 2 karma points for defeating them. Zeke smiles and guesses he completely forgot about karma points because he was too focused on getting his hands on the artifact. He suddenly makes a wicked face and believes it is the perfect opportunity to farm karma points. He continues moving forward and wrecks 20 more skeletons for karma points. The system shows all the options he has, so he decides to look through whatever he can buy. After seeing the karma point requirements, he learns that besides a mini-map, nothing's affordable right now, so he quickly buys it. The system shows him his exact location. He finds it similar to a magic map. Something catches his attention, so he wonders what it is. The mini-map becomes 3D instantly. Zeke is amazed by it, but finds out only a single room has a different color. The system shows it's a storage room, so if he says yes, it'll provide directions for it. Zeke is shocked as he remembers the search party took multiple days to find the storage room, but he was able to discover it without any effort. The system gives him the best route for it, which is hard for Zeke to believe.
Chibok, you'll realize foul mouth is actually malicious.
My hands off of mine didn't work, so it's on an AI. See how you can too. Try it for free.
As there's no way he will get lost with such a useless skill. He finally reaches his destination but finds a huge door in front of him. He wonders what he's supposed to do now since the door's not going to open up with just a simple push. He tries it anyway, but a weird magic repels his hand. He guesses this is why the Archmage of Nirvana and the Magic Tower were involved. He looks at his burning glove and believes he would have lost a hand He doubts he can open it, so he asks the system. It replies and connects with the security device because of his request. The system tries but fails, so it activates the manual device instead. Zeke gets shocked and asks to confirm if it really just replied back. The system answers positively, which leaves him stunned. He decides to use it and demands an answer for why he got regressed. The system has nothing to say, so he questions the administrator system. The system has no answer again, so he throws another question and asks who developed the system. He gets no answer once more, so he becomes frustrated and gives up. Zeke orders it to just open the door, so the system confirms his request and opens the door of the Dragon Slayer's storage room. Zeke feels astonished as soon as he lays eyes on the chests inside the room. Just like what happened in his past life, all the chests are filled with valuable relics and treasures. Obtaining any of them in ruins is nothing more than a miracle. He goes through all the chests and finally finds the compression monostones. He finds 4, so he uses a karma point to expand his inventory and keep one. He doesn't have enough storage, so Zeke decides to someday return once he can take everything with him. He thinks it's enough, but as soon as he's about to leave, our protagonist gets a weird, ominous feeling. So he looks back and, out of nowhere, multiple magic circles appear around him and teleport him somewhere else. The magic circle that suddenly surrounded Zeke Draker's body made him falter. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that his surroundings had changed, so he hurriedly asked the system where he was. It promptly replied that he was currently in the home of the Dragon Slayer. In his past life, he had never heard of such a room filled with coffins in the newsletter. Opening the mini-map, he discovered that he was not far from the previous room he was in. But no matter how he looks at it, there isn't any path connecting to the home of the Dragon Slayer. If that's the case, there's a strong possibility that this is a hidden area that's never been discovered or documented before. Deciding to make the most of the bizarre situation, he ran to one of the coffins and opened its concrete lid. Lying inside was medieval armor laid to rest. According to the system, it's a Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Zeke grabbed the armor and noticed the wear and tear all over its surface. Upon closer inspection, he determined that this Dragon Slayer equipment is different from armors hailing from the Golden Age. On its back, he found some sort of circular hole. Connecting the dots, he reckoned that this hole must be connected to the loot he just retrieved a minute ago. Zeke accessed his storage and summoned one of the high compression mana stones. He can't afford to let such an interesting opportunity pass by. As soon as he inserted the ancient relic, the system notified him of the successful installation of the mana battery in the Dragon Slayer. His air armor settled down as it activates. Seeing this, Zeke smiled in anticipation. This discovery could be huge. A second later, the armor started tweaking out like a crackhead. His optimistic anticipation quickly turned to frightened surprise. The whole armor set exploded, filling the room with smoke. According to the system, an overload caused an equipment failure, stopping the activation. It even warned him of the imminent explosion, but the warning was a tad bit too slow. The system apologized for the late notice. Thankfully, it didn't go too short. At least he had confirmed that the high compression mana stones were the energy source for his ancient armors. He could not help but wonder just what sort of features this armor had to require such a large capacity energy source. Zeke made a mental note to ask Professor Fannin about the matter as soon as he got out. For now, he decided to roam around the strange room to keep searching. Aside from the room filled with strange coffins, the other rooms were empty. Eventually, he reached the last room. Like the ones that he searched for beforehand, it was a huge and empty space. That was until he saw a glass cube situated in the middle of the room. A system prompt appeared before his eyes, and his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. He started sweating. All he can think of is how batshit crazy Tarakan Draker really was. The cube in the last room was none other than the Founder's legacy. It is the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Who would have thought that his ancestor would leave the heart of the dragon he had slain as a dying gift to his descendants? This certainly explains the ominous feeling Zeke felt when he entered the storage room. But compared to the dark presence from before, the heart of Bahamut is emitting something different. As soon as the system informed him that the heart of the cursed light dragon was reacting to his presence, Zeke felt the dark presence surround him. He heard a voice inside his head, a voice filled with vitriol telling him that he had no other choice, a voice screaming that he should
Destroy the universe.
Before his mind was totally consumed by the dark presence, his indomitable mental defense kicked in. Snapping out of the brief trance, he felt a sharp pain in his head. For a brief moment, something overtook his mind. Its presence still lingered in his body, turning one of his eyes pitch black. Feeling the gravity of the situation, he felt fearful of the cube housing the dragon's heart. Still reeling from almost getting possessed, the system gave him an urgent quest called Tarakan Draker's Test. He must defeat the strong curse ingrained in Bahamut's heart. The dark presence flared up once more, and when his indomitable mental defense tried to cleanse the effects, the reliable class skills activation failed for the first time. With that, the overpowering murderous thoughts consumed his brain. The voice telling him to kill them all became louder and more powerful than ever. Both of his eyes turned black as the voice demanded to be accepted. If he does accept, it promises that he will be free. Through sheer willpower, Zeke regained a semblance of control and smashed his head against the glass cube as hard as he could. The pain allowed him to clear his mind. He smiled as blood dripped all over his face. Zeke is not a fan of that annoying and murderous mumbling at all. This dumbass voice swore to give him freedom, but he firmly believes that freedom is not given. Freedom is won. The glass cube shattered into a million pieces as he successfully overcomes the Light Dragon's curse, completing the urgent quest. As a reward, he has been granted ownership over Terracon Draker's dying gift. The mental fatigue quickly caught up with him. If he didn't have the willpower after his skill failed, the situation could have been a lot worse. His body sensed the damage and triggered his healing factor and infinite stamina to recover. With that, the absorption process for the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, has started. He looked up to see the heart shining with vigorous light as it floated over to his chest. A domineering power filled his flesh and bones, causing unimaginable agony. As far as he can tell, a pure and dense source of mana he had never encountered before is starting to flow into every cell in his body. This is bad news for someone like him who doesn't have a single circle to properly accept such an intense torrent of mana. Without a place to be stored, all that mana is overwhelming and destroying his body in the most unbearable manner. Zeke knows he has to do something, anything, or this process could be his end. With a skillful sleight of hand, he summoned the purple ether. Using the spirit of the soul, he created a mini black hole to seal the unimaginable quantity of mana. With an extremely limited array of skills in his arsenal, he reckoned that using ether was his only hope. Zeke gritted his teeth as he poured all of his concentration to maintain the ether hole seal in his hands. This eventually caused a massive explosion of magic. With him as the epicenter, the entire room was filled with thundering smoke. The explosion opened a massive crater. Fortunately, Zeke is still in one piece. All the nerve endings in his body are screaming with torturous pain. As soon as the pain started subsiding, he sighed in relief. It was tough, but he managed to make it out alive. His uniform was torn up, and on his chest appeared the mark of Bahamut. The heart inside the shattered glass cube had vanished. Bahamut's mana was no joke. It's a miracle that he survived, thanks to his quick thinking. From the shattered remains of the cube, he saw the reflection of the mark on his chest. It seems like the sealing of Bahamut's rampaging mana yielded some surprising results. Finally, the system notified him of the successful absorption of the cursed light dragon's heart. The absorbed mana has drastically changed his body. His constitution has been changed from ordinary to divine. Upon detection of a power that he can't control as of yet, the system compressed and sealed 95% of its force. As the inheritor of the ancestor's legacy, he has obtained the right to open Terracon Draker's secure library. The beginner quest book has been unlocked, along with the tutorial for the low-level administrator. Zeke scratched his head. A divine body, Terracon's library, some sort of tutorial. He has no clue what the hell all these things are. Still confused, he dismissed all the prompts except for one. It looks like the first Dragon Slayer was feeling generous in his deathbed all those centuries ago. A prompt asking him if he would like to open Terracon Draker's other dying gift appeared before his eyes. Just when he thought he couldn't be more surprised, Zeke finally laid his eyes upon Terracon's second gift. Upon finishing his brush with death in that forsaken room, Zeke made his way back to the Platinum Mansion. He stored the treasures he looted in a secure spot while his eyes were fixated on the system prompt in front of him. His title has changed to the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. The inheritor of Terracon Draker, he gained the authority of dragon control and the divine body constitution. Among the new additions in his arsenal, he was most curious about the draconian skill called Incantation. This locked skill will fill his words with power. He gained a lot after that close call with the afterlife, but he's still too weak to fully utilize some of the rewards. Draconic control gives him control over Dragonkin. Dragons under his control can be summoned and will follow his orders unconditionally. As for the divine body, it will allow him to perform at the highest level. His rate of learning for combat and the transfer rate of ether within his body have increased. The descriptions aren't really helping him grasp the whole picture, so maybe some practical tests would. Aside from the Ancestor's second dying gift, there's another window related to Terracon. While he has been granted access to Terracon Draker's secure library, an information update is still needed. As helpful as ever, the system offers Mark the location where he could obtain the update on his minimap. Zeke is not happy with the extra work, but it can't be helped. Much to his surprise, he recognized the location marked on his minimap. From the appearance of the layout, it looked like Valhalla. You see, Valhalla is the most prestigious knight training institution out there. Individuals other than administrators are unable to view, let alone enter that area. As he is right now, even Zeke would have trouble entering such a place. To make matters worse, he wasn't even planning on joining the institution in this life. But if something related to Terracon's dying gift can be found there, it might be worth adjusting his plans. It seems like fate is pushing him to keep being a part of this damned family. The next thing he parsed through is the beginner quest book. The tutorial for low-level administrators will soon start. Upon completion, he will be given a quest to boost his growth. With quests come rewards. Zeke likened this quest system to the missions from an adventurer's guild or mercenary assignments. Curious, he asked the system what the tutorial entailed. Without giving him any time to respond, the start of the quest was automatically triggered. His surroundings started to shift. It was as if reality itself was changing before his eyes. A few seconds later, he found himself in what appeared to be a separate dimension. Grid lines appeared below his feet, and endless darkness surrounded him. The young man remained calm. He looked around to get an idea of where he was. It seems like he has been teleported like before. Being transported against his will twice in a day is crazy, but it feels a little different this time. Instead of a physical plane, it feels like the entire area has shifted. It's like he was rendered in a completely different dimension. Without warning, he felt a hostile presence charging from behind. Turning around, he saw orcs lunging at him with their spiked clubs. Finally,
Ready to lose weight? Think Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds.
I lost 46.
For the first time, I'm keeping the weight off. I got this. I'm protecting my heart.
Wegovy is proven to lower the risk of major cardiovascular events.
don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, or breastfeeding, pregnant or planned feeding. Stop taking it. Explained that for the tutorial quest, he must defeat the monsters within 60 minutes using 2 or more different skills. Upon completion, he will be rewarded with points and system store unlock. While still in thought, his battle senses kicked in, and a sword materialized in his hand. It seems like the tutorial is creating situations where he can take advantage of the system. It would have been nice if he had this After one-shotting the tutorial orcs, he returned to where he was before as the separate dimension dissipated. He wondered if that was just an illusion, even though it felt incredibly real. Aside from the completion of the tutorial, he gained a critical bonus and a time bonus. All in all, his quest reward amounted to an easy 40-point gain and access to the shop category. He was extremely pleased to find out that he could now buy items through the system. Zeke hurriedly opened the shop tab and saw a bunch of amazing items for sale. Wares with a giant's flesh, the breath of a flame giant, and many more. Every item listed is a rare relic that costs a fortune to buy in the market. Maybe he can use this tab to make
Yeah, this brother needs to be in games more. Ragnar definitely needs to be in
items in his
games
possession
more.
within the inventory. His training claymore can't be sold.
The amount of willpower this man has, yeah, he needs to be in other
The shop
games.
only accepts ancient relics. His elven dagger can be sold for an easy 100 gold pieces in an auction, yet it's only worth 4 points for the system. He decided to not sell anything unless he's really desperate for points. With that, he exited his personal training room to call it a day. A lot has happened within the past 24 hours, so it looks like he'll get a good night's sleep tonight. The very next day, Zeke headed for the Draper Academy's research center to meet Professor Fan. The magic professor couldn't believe that this kid really managed to find a high-compression mana stone within a single day. When asked how he obtained the stone, Zeke refused to explain as it would be too complicated to do so. He hadn't even finished the tea in his cup, and Professor Fannin had already
Wait,
tried
what?
tweaking the power source. The magic nerd really is incredible at his job. Even if the professor tried to hide it, Zeke could sense that he was feeling suspicious. Every time a high-compression mana stone is found within the continent, they are registered in a variety of ancient texts. It's used to keep
Huh?
track and manage the ownership.
Where's everybody? Like, are they dead already?
Registration. The current owner and the location where it was found can be determined. However, the mana stones in Zeke's possession are unregistered. No matter how hard you look, it won't be listed on the Central Continent's
Hold on, I'll be
registration
back.
encyclopedia. Professor Fannin's valid skepticism instead of blind belief is valuable, His judgment and skill are the real deal. Zeke reckoned that such a talented person should not rot in a place where he won't be recognized. Finally, the professor tried activating the design, leading us back to Papnir's breath. Upon completing the design, they handed the apparatus to the blacksmith of the soul, Gallion Halbert. Zeke and Professor Fanon watched the master blacksmith at work. His workshop shined with various intricately constructed magic circles. The look of pure joy on Gallion's face, now that he can finally realize his dream of making weapons up to his standards has come true, is infectious. Zeke and Fanon are witnessing history in the making. After the successful demonstration, Professor Fanon bade them farewell to attend a lecture. Gallion is filled with gratitude for Zeke's help. He thought he would never get to see a completed magic brazier in his lifetime, but making a deal with the young man was the best thing he had ever done. Since Zeke lived up to his part of the agreement, it's time for Gallion to do the same for him. Of course, the blacksmith is eager to return the favor. Zeke pulled a material out of his bag and presented it to Gallion. One look and the blacksmith immediately knew what he was holding. Inside the lavish case was a dragon's fang. Among the many rewards of inheriting Tarakan's will is Bahamut's sharpest fang. The blacksmithing maniac salivated at the sight of such a big dragon's fang in pristine condition. Tarakan Draker's second dying gift really was the perfect reward. From the heart to the fangs, that ancestor of his must have really loved collecting priceless stuff. Suddenly, Gallion started trembling. Tears and snot flowed down his face, confusing Zeke. He made the magic brazier a reality, and now he's giving this humble craftsman a chance to forge a weapon made with dragon's fang. Gallion vowed to thank him by making a weapon that would exceed his every expectation. The blacksmith of the soul swore upon his name to create a blade worthy of Zeke, even if it cost his life. Those words were oddly familiar. It was the same vow he had sworn upon in the previous life. Even at Zeke's second chance in life, Gallion is still the same sincere idiot. That fact made Zeke a little emotional inside. Exiting Papnir's breath and leaving the crafting to the expert, Zeke looked forward to what blade Gallion would forge for him. With the best blacksmith in the continent cooking, he'll surely get something out of this world. After the trip at the forge, Zeke headed
deeply powered by AI. Filmora 15 understands your intent, dissolving the space between thought and action. When creativity and AI merge, every gap is gracefully bridged. With AI Extend, those almost moments find their perfect continuation. The shot keeps flying, and the energy never breaks. You see motion, and AI ensures every frame aligns with your vision. This is Wondershare Filmora, powered by AI. Edit as an expert.
straight to his room in the Platinum Mansion. He went through a lot just to secure a weapon, and now he can finally chill. It had been a week since his duel with Duke when he received the note saying he should swing by again for round 2. Just as he was thinking that the unhinged gardener would inevitably do something sooner or later, he felt a familiar presence sneak into his room. Standing behind him was Duke Draker, and he looked pissed that Zeke did not take up his invitation. The eccentric knight looked at him with rage, asking for an explanation while emanating blatant bloodlust. By the looks of it, he really wants to kill Zeke right now. Deciding to play with the old knight's emotions, he insisted that he had no intentions of challenging him again. Duke Draker closed the distance between the two of them in a split second, and demanded to hear the truth. Zeke struggled to free himself from Duke's grasp. Before he could make a move, the crazy bastard threw him out of the open window. Caught off guard, Zeke felt his body falling victim to gravity. His room was situated on the higher floors of the mansion, so falling was undoubtedly dangerous. At this height, he might just die before his passive heal could kick in. Panicking, he tried to grab onto the edge of the balcony. Before he could grab hold of the ledge, Duke's hand gripped him by the throat with excessive force. The old knight refuses to believe that the kid does not know what he really meant by that letter. Zeke kept on avoiding him on purpose. First, in the treatment room, and this time too. It's almost as if he's deliberately irritating Duke. When he was done with his games, Duke gave him 5 seconds to spill the beans and tell the truth instead of horsing around. Zeke smiled and argued that Duke hadn't even revealed his true identity to him, still insisting that he was just a gardener. Yet here he is, demanding honesty. As soon as he saw the absence of fear in the young man's eyes despite the countdown, Gardenkeeper Dexter loosened his grip and smiled. The old knight threw him back inside the room like a rag doll bouncing on the floor. It wrecked the room, but Zeke's sturdy body didn't sustain any serious damage. Garden Keeper Dexter admitted that Zeke had a point. He offered his hand to help the young man get back up and confessed that he was once a Black Knight of Draker. Zeke feigned surprise even though he already knew the man's identity from putting together the information he had been previously given. He started acting his ass off and wholeheartedly apologized for disrespecting an esteemed member of the family and an honorable Black Knight. Still skeptical, Duke asked if this was Zeke's plan all along. The young man continued to shamelessly play dumb. Taking advantage of this rare chance, Zeke asked why Lord Duke calls himself a former Black Knight. Refusing to elaborate, the old knight just asserted that he no longer carries the title. While it's common knowledge that one can rise through the ranks, Zeke didn't know that one could drop down too. Still refusing to play along with his incessant questions, Duke put his foot down and changed the topic. Zeke noticed the old knight's trembling hand and dropped his personal inquiries. Since Lord Duke was honest enough to reveal his real identity, Zeke decided to also share the truth. He got on his knees and confessed that he already knew of Duke's identity, and that he was deliberately trying to bother Duke to become an official apprentice. Surprisingly, the old knight smiled, seemingly amused by the young man's boldness. For that, the Gale Knight finally decided to accept him as an official apprentice. Zeke was shocked that securing a powerful teacher would be that easy. He thought he would have to go through more hoops. He reckoned that he better accept the offer before this fickle old man changes his mind. Resolutely bowing before Duke Draker, he formally stated his intention to become an apprentice to the Knight of Knights. He swore to bring honor upon his master's name, to follow his master's orders to gain wisdom and power. Duke was quite surprised that the kid knew of the apprentice's vow, which most of the new generation had forgotten. Zeke added that culture is a necessary virtue of a knight. However, he wanted to ask his new master one more thing. Duke is not comfortable being called a master, but he honored the kid's request. Zeke then asked what made Duke accept him as an apprentice when he was notorious for not accepting any students. Only Andre, the genius of the century, became this old man's apprentice after years of asking and pleading. Though Zeke has a general idea of why, he still wants to hear it through Duke's own words. He reckoned that the old knight must have seen a potential that surpassed that of Andre during their duel.
Good. Do you have the social posts yet? Oh, I'll get those right to you.
We need the audience analysis today.
Oh, okay.
Can you send me my talking points for tomorrow? Whatever you're gonna say.
Copilot. Write talking points based on the product overview document. Create a chart using our audience data. Also, draft 5 social posts.
Uber Eats. Food delivery. Try it now.
And asked him to take a guess. Zeke candidly answered that he was accepted for being a genius of the family. Duke just laughed at his confidently wrong answer. If he was picking an apprentice based on raw potential, Duke would have chosen that girl from the Tarun family. But he picked Zeke purely based on his tenacity. Talent is not the only thing a person needs to reach the level of red or even black knights. In reality, talented individuals rarely face any serious issues in their lives. As a result, most of them easily fall in the face of adversity, snuffing out their talent and life in the process. After living through a whole lifetime of hard work and adversity, Zeke could not agree more. Most praised geniuses who were projected to reach the level of a red knight not only fail to reach the expectations put on them, but most of them get stuck at the level of blue knights. After answering, Duke stood up and put a stop to their chit-chat. Right now, he wants to take his new apprentice for his first lesson. The two made their way to the empty Western Greenhouse Gymnasium. Zeke didn't even know that there was a gym underneath the greenhouse. Duke simply ordered him to run around the track, and he's been racking his brain to figure out what his new master has been planning ever since. 3 hours have elapsed since he started, and Duke just continues to observe him wordlessly. Finally, Duke yelled at him to stop and threw him a question. Zeke gladly stopped his jog and asked what his master wanted to know. Before he could react, Duke's hulking body had already appeared behind him. The old knight's hand aimed for Zeke's arm, and the young man instinctively reacted to parry the grab. His battle sense kicked in, and every fiber of his being made him retreat to a safe distance. Duke failed to grab hold of his hands and arm, but the brief moment of contact nearly ruined his special glove. The old knight asked his student if he had a problem with pulse checking. Zeke knew damn well that this sly old bat wasn't just planning to check his pulse. Duke knew something was off with this kid right from the very start. When they fought in the infirmary, when they dueled in the greenhouse, and even after running around the track for 500 laps, Duke did not sense a single drop of aura from the boy's body. He even reacted suspiciously as soon as Duke got close to his wrist. So, the former Black Knight outrightly asked Zeke if he was incapable of using aura. The question prodding at his biggest secret shook Zeke to the bone. Duke had done his research. He saw the bronze statue. He was also aware of the uproar over the never-before-seen golden light that Zeke triggered. If he was wrong in his assumption, then he demanded that Zeke let him examine his pulse. He looked his master in the eye and did not see malicious suspicion, just simple and raw curiosity. Despite the serious scandal that might erupt at the news of a Draker who can't use aura, it seems like Duke's curiosity comes first. Zeke is lucky that Duke is an eccentric bastard. He's still banking on getting his hands on his blade, Graham, to avoid any suspicions about his aura. This is a wake-up call, and he must be more cautious until then. He steeled his resolve. There's no need for him spin lies. Unlike his past life, where he was the first failed awakener in his family, things are different now. Zeke carefully removed the special gloves, stripping the symbol of a pure-blood awakener. He demonstrated his mana reflection, proof that his pure-blooded nature is legitimate. But for unknown reasons, he just can't use aura. Zeke is hoping that sharing truths will cover up his other lies. Still, he apologized to Duke. If it's discovered that a Draker cannot use aura, he's afraid that he'll be chased out of the family. Bro can make himself cry on command and look like a scared little puppy. Give this man an award. Zeke then offered his pulse to be examined, and Duke went ahead and carefully spread his aura inside his apprentice's body. Seeing Zeke cry and look frightened, Duke reckoned that a child is still a child even if this child is holding malak unbefitting of his age. Just as he expected, not a single drop of aura can be detected in the boy's entire body, despite awakening successfully. Duke was stumped. He racked his brain for an answer that wouldn't come. Zeke already expected skepticism even after the pulse examination. That's how absolute the results of the blessing rite are for a Draker. Even if it's true that he cannot awaken to aura, Duke will undoubtedly find a reason to explain the phenomenon, to rationalize, and to deny the evidence in front of him. The old knight labeled him an irregular. Of course, that's his conclusion. People who are not aware of the concept of classes tend to think that way. Still, he played along and asked Duke what an irregular is. His master explained that it refers to people with anomalous abilities. For example, some people have the ability to use aura and mana together. There are also irrational abilities, such as peering into the future. As such, irregulars are not treated very well at all, so it would be better if they kept this secret between master and apprentice. As for his irregular ability, Duke posited that it's his insane stamina and recovery. However, like the damage, healing from an internal would take time. However, that immutable concept does not apply to Zeke. He recovered from serious damages almost instantly before. Duke reckoned that such a fast recovery must have consumed an unspeakable amount of energy. That energy is aura. The old knight hypothesized that because Zeke's aura is being constantly consumed in exchange for stamina and regeneration, there's barely any left to sense and use. Zeke was surprised that this old man churned out a plausible explanation. Keeping up the act, he innocently asked if he would never be able to use aura, afraid that he'd fail to meet his master's expectations. Duke just laughed at such a sentiment and told him not to worry. That's because his Gale Arts is a special and potent art that does not use aura at all. He elaborated that a special art is a special technique personally developed by a knight after reaching the peak. Normally, it's an application or specialization of dragon-slaying arts, thus requiring proper use of aura. But as Gale Arts place paramount importance in training the body, Duke wanted to give his students a demonstration, so he asked Zeke to watch closely. Suddenly, the floor he was standing on cracked under the force of a simple jump. Zeke tried his best to keep track of Duke's insane speed. In a span of a few seconds, the Gale Knight roamed around the arena, and with how fast he was going, even his afterimages were invisible to the naked eye. He then casually landed back at the spot where he started. He didn't even break a sweat. When asked if he saw the movements, Zeke asked if it would be okay if he tried it himself. Taken aback, Duke asked the kid if he didn't want to see it again. The eccentric old man laughed and praised Zeke's confidence reminiscent of a black knight and allowed the kid to give it a go.
Let's start from the end. Once this video is done, I'm going to give you the legendary Alice for free. But before I do that, allow me to show you the 3 game modes that Alice truly shines in. Number 3, farming campaign. The best way to level up your champions is by farming the campaign. Alice can solo partway through the level. This will allow you to carry 3 champions who will still get the XP for winning battles, even if they die in the process. Number 2, Arena. This is an amazing damage dealer and skill manipulator. She can extend the enemy skill's cooldowns, and she uses her sword to inflict massive damage. These abilities make her a great choice for PvP battles. Moving on to number 1, Dungeons. To progress in raid, you need quality gear, and you get this gear by farming dungeons. The good news is that Alice is a beast for all of the gear dungeons. Alice will help you pretty much everywhere. Use the promo code GETALICE and get the legendary Alice for free.
Stepped up and assumed the position. He visualized and replayed the movement that his master had demonstrated just now. His first step left a crater right on top of the Black Knight's footprint. After seeing the technique demonstrated once, he perfectly recreated Duke's movement pattern by following the prince. Now that he's directly mimicking his master's movements and trajectory, he's starting to see things he couldn't before. It's clear that these steps were taken as if he was sparring against someone. Some patterns indicated attacking, dodging, closing distance, and creating distance. Each and every step has their specific purpose. With the final position filled, Zeke steadily decelerated. Duke could not believe his eyes. He knew that the kid was gifted a week ago, but he wasn't nearly this good. What the hell could have possibly happened in the span of a week for such a huge jump in potential? The difference is like heaven and earth. Duke had never seen anything like it. He had never encountered such a perfect prospect. But Zeke had to turn around and ruin it by acting arrogantly. If he could just keep that in check, he would be perfect. Duke playfully grabbed him in a headlock and teased him for crying his eyes out, then busting out a near-perfect replication of such a difficult technique. Time passed since Duke started training him. Today, Zeke can be seen in the Academy dining hall. On his plate was a hodgepodge of meat, seafood, bread, and everything he could get his hands on. It's been a month since he became the Gale Knight's apprentice. With his continuous training, his appetite just keeps on increasing. Today, his lunch was interrupted by instructor Andre himself asking if he could spare some time to talk. Because he has a packed schedule, he asked Andre to just get on with what he wanted to talk about right here and right now. Andre had a simple question for him. He wanted to know how Zeke convinced Sir Dexter. Since Andre hasn't become Duke's official disciple yet at this point in time, the news that Zeke has been accepted as one likely made him a bit anxious. Continuing to stuff his face with food, Zeke answered that he didn't really do anything special, that Sir Dexter just picked him out on his own. Andre was obviously irritated by such an answer. Andre looked at him with unconcealed disgust and hatred. He jumped to the conclusion that Zeke was picked to be a disciple based on the sole merit that he's a pure-blood awakener. Our boy did not like the sound of that allegation at all. He finished his meal and gave the genius of the century a stinging reality check. Zeke pointed out Andre's severe inferiority complex, which the instructor did not like at all. His arms started trembling out of anger. He referred to Zeke as a cadet, hoping to put him in place, but the young man is not done spitting his piece yet. He asked Andre if he believed that Sir Dexter was the type of man who would pick a disciple for such a simplistic reason. Zeke asserted that the fact that he was able to leverage his bloodline as a foundation to become a disciple is a testament to his own abilities. He then gave Andre some valuable advice. Instead of wasting his time patting his ego with that severe inferiority complex, perhaps he should put in some effort in order to be chosen too. As incensed as he was, Andre knew that there were some merits to the cadet's sobering words. Later that day, in the Western Greenhouse Arena, there were 3 people instead of the usual 2. Someone arrived before Zeke and Duke and is running around the track like his life depended on it. Zeke asks his master what's going on, but the Gale Knight is confused too. He doesn't know what got into instructor Andre, but he came begging him, saying he's fine with being a servant if it means he can stay by Duke's side to learn. The old knight jokingly agreed to take him in if he could run 300 laps without aura, which is how poor Andre ended up like this. Duke was surprised at Andre's newfound tenacity. Similarly, Zeke was pleasantly amazed to see that this guy wasn't just some self-righteous nerd. As it turns out, the genius of the century has quite the backbone on him. Every student of the academy has been summoned to show up and line up on the field. Today is a special day. It's the day of the Patriarch's visit. The strong strides of stallions rumbled outside the campus. A lavish carriage carrying the Draker family's insignia enters. The lookout hurriedly informed everyone of the Patriarch's arrival. The fat-ass dean of the academy, Howard Draker, tasked his men to get ready to receive their supreme leader. Wendy's. Download now.
These apps usually promise a lot, but when it comes to paying up, they get real sketchy.
No, I totally get that. 10 would be way too much for me. Honestly, 3 would be too much for me. I mainly just switched to Just Play.
Just Play? I don't think I have that one.
Yeah, it's actually a single app that has plenty of games on its own, and the cool thing is they actually pay you out like every 3 hours sent straight to your PayPal account.
Really? Is it free?
Totally. No fees, no subscriptions, just a side hustle in your pocket.
How do they make a living from this?
I'm gonna be honest, it's ads. They show you a few ads so they don't have to charge you anything for playing the games.
That really makes sense. I like that. What was it called again?
So it's called Just Play, and you can find it on the Google Play Store or the App Store.
Sweet, I'm gonna try it out today.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for your time. See ya!
In front of the gate, making sure that he was the first one that the VIP would see. As soon as the Patriarch got out of the carriage, Howard's pudgy face moved. With a deep bow, the Dean paid his respects to the Master of the Drakers. The knights followed suit, raising their blades and kneeling on their knees according to rank to demonstrate respect. The Patriarch arrived at precisely 12 noon, and the Academy's bell rang louder for today's rare occasion. Master Draker walked with unmatched aura and drip. His mere presence commanded obedience from everyone else. He held Howard's shoulder, towering over the Dean, and praised him for his hard work. This absolute Giga Chad is Arthur Draker, 3rd Transcendent Household's leader, the Dragon Slayer Draker's Patriarch. Howard proposed that they go inside right away given how harsh the sun is today, but Arthur prefers to move at his own pace. Some of the students near the gate caught a glimpse of the Patriarch's silhouette near the gates and were awestruck. Finally, Arthur Draker stepped into the light, showing his face to the students of the Academy. He addressed the young Dragon Slayers lined up before him, the hope and future of his clan. He urged them to train hard and train more for their development, which will be the family's development. Inspired by his encouraging words and domineering presence, the students committed his simple speech to their hearts and replied with their whole chests. As the sun beamed down brighter, Arthur turned around and ordered Howard to escort him in. Behind closed doors, Zeke was called to greet the leader of all knights, the guardian of the Dragon Slayer's name, and his father. Arthur laughed at his overly grand and old-fashioned greeting, a rare occurrence nowadays. After fetching 2 cups of tea, Arthur asked his son to have a seat. He heard that his son likes tea, so he prepared something rare, hoping it would be to Zeke's liking. While this seems like a sweet gesture of a father, Zeke only saw it as his every move down to his preferences being reported back to the higher-ups. There is a saying that there may be things that the Emperor doesn't know, but there will never be anything that a Draker does not. Zeke can feel the truth of that saying right now. Arthur admitted that he called for Zeke after hearing that Duke took him in as a disciple. As expected, the Patriarch is not one to dilly-dally. He prefers getting straight to the point. Zeke downplayed the whole thing, insisting that Duke is doing him a great favor. While Arthur is not sure of his son's goal, continuing to follow Duke's teachings should paint a bright future. Zeke cut his father off and asserted that his goal was to become the strongest man on the continent. Hearing such a lofty goal sparked some sharpness in Arthur's eyes. Zeke added that he will become stronger than everyone else so that he can live just as freely. That is his goal, and he will do everything to get there. He looked at his father's face, unable to interpret how the Patriarch was feeling. Arthur deliberately leaked some of his aura and bloodlust. If his youngest plans to become the strongest, that means he is aiming to surpass even his father. Zeke realized that he might have made a mistake. He was way too enthusiastic to blurt out such things. He felt a palpable chill running down his spine. Swirling around the room was the presence of Astral Sword. It is said to give the user power over all living beings within its effective radius. It is widely regarded as the pinnacle of aura usage that only full-on Black Knights can reach. Arthur looked at his youngest son, a hint of amusement visible in his eyes. Zeke chose to stand on his ground and doubled down on his goal. He admitted that he plans to surpass even his all-powerful father while trying his best to resist the Astral Sword. Hearing his resolve, the Patriarch seemed pleased with his will. Arthur quietly dispelled his Astral Sword while calmly sipping his tea, lifting the pressure from Zeke's body. He admitted that what Zeke said just now was the most interesting thing he had heard in ages. Arthur actually came to this place to support both the Academy and his youngest son. But now that he's seen how much Zeke had grown, maybe that won't be enough. He rummaged inside his intricate suit to retrieve something. Zeke thought that other Black Knights like Duke were already at the pinnacle, someone impossibly strong, but his father was on a whole other level. Arthur slid a black card across the table. The card bears the Draker insignia. This is Arthur's gift to Zeke for becoming Duke's disciple. Seeing a black card in person made Zeke uneasy, making him stumble on his words. By his reaction, Arthur can see that he already knows what a black card means. You see, this thing is a credit card only given to a very select few. Zeke never would have thought that he would get to see one in person at all. Just having one gives you incredible benefits wherever you go, not to mention its non-existent credit limit. It's basically an infinite money glitch. Arthur happily explained that the card would be under both of their names, so Zeke could use it freely. Still feeling overwhelmed by the possibilities, Zeke swore to use it only when necessary. While his dad is making it seem like he's being nice, the veiled intentions behind such a valuable gift are too obvious. Since using a credit card leaves a record, this is just another method to keep track of what he's doing. But if this is Arthur's way of keeping tabs on him instead
Wait,
of
what? What happened?
that means the patriarch doesn't see
What's
him
this
as a
water?
threat yet. With this, Arthur kindly dismissed his son and urged him to continue training and work hard to become the strongest in the continent. Zeke bowed one
What's
last
these
time
runes
and thanked
for?
the master of the Drakers once more. He wordlessly
What's these
walked
runes
out,
for?
his mind reeling with unknown thoughts. Similarly, Arthur Draker closed his eyes and thought of his youngest son's words.
Like, wait, what's these runes for?
Calling Arthur a sickening old man. The patriarch just asked Duke why he was so angry. Thankfully, Duke is the only one with the balls and the strength to call Arthur out on his bullshit. This guy is suddenly playing father for the kid after a lifetime of neglect. Arthur argued that he had no choice. This is the price of being the head of the household. Furthermore, what Duke just said counts as defamation of the patriarch's character. Duke sat his ass down on the couch and dared Arthur to cuff him and take him away if he could. The master of Drakers smiled and dropped all pretenses. Duke is the only one you can truly talk to without worries. He retrieved another thing from his lavish suit.
Of course.
Prized alcohol known as dragon breath. Being offered a drink to go with their conversation, Duke's mood lit up as he praises Arthur's taste when it comes to drinks. The patriarch brought up the strange atmosphere enveloping the continent, and Duke
I want to be the exact same way. This other bullshit.
inside the academy. But Arthur knows more than anyone else that Duke has eyes and ears all over. Make an image of the presentation instead of ears.
Get closer to the voices that can change your life. Listen now on Audible.
Duke then asked why Arthur would ask a question that he already knows the answer to. The Emperor has gone crazy over the idea of immortality and is scouring the entire continent for anything he can latch on. In Duke's perspective, such a thing is an impossibility. While magic can make someone look young, immortality has never been and never will be possible. The Patriarch shares the same opinion. However, he's worried that the Emperor is looking for a relic related to the Elder Dragon. That possibility definitely changes things. Patriarch Arthur Draker continued drinking and discussing the minutiae of immortality and endless youthfulness with Duke Draker. Unbeknownst to them, Zeke had been listening in from the next room. Leaning against the wall with hands in his pockets, this boy is aura farming like crazy. Using soul manifestation, he heard the conversation loud and clear. The Patriarch surmised that the Emperor was looking for a relic related to the Elder Dragon. Duke thought about it and agreed with such a possibility. When asked if it was possible that the Emperor had already located the relic, Arthur reckoned that it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. His personal squad, the Order of Black Knights, had reported that the most likely location of this mysterious relic was the northern continent. Sipping his drink, Duke's interest was piqued as soon as he heard the northern continent mentioned. It seems like this valuable information had not been acquired by the Empire's spies. Knowing how competent they are, it will only be a matter of time before they do. This crusade for immortality reminded Duke of the past. That crazy Emperor bastard started a war to unite the entire continent the moment he ascended to the throne. Only after taking over half of the central continent did he finally stop the brutal war. At that time, Duke figured that the crazy monarch would eventually give up on such a decrepit and absurd dream. But he was dead wrong. If that bastard really gets a hold of an artifact that can grant immortality, then the continent will undoubtedly suffer in a sea of flames under a war bigger than anyone had ever witnessed. Given the importance of this matter, Arthur Draker had agreed to take matters into his own hands and head to the north himself. Hearing that the Patriarch will be leaving his seat in the central empty free to Duke out, if Arthur leaves, that bastard of an emperor would certainly run amok without anyone keeping him in check. But that is precisely why Arthur visited today. Aside from giving a half-assed speech to the trainees, he came to clue Duke into his plans. Knowing that he had no other choice but to agree, Duke sighed and shared a toast with his buddy. The grumpy old garden keeper grumbled in annoyance, but Arthur knew he could count on him to hold the fort. In the next room, Zeke was starting to overstrain himself from listening in for too long. Finally, the pain and fatigue caught up to him, knocking him down to the floor. With bloodshot eyes, he suffered the side effects of using soul manifestation for far too long. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, the drawbacks of such a taxing technique are inescapable. Nevertheless, he gained some interesting and valuable intel from eavesdropping. Now, he is certain that the statue he got his hands on before he regressed was the Elder Dragon's artifact. From that voice he heard before he breathed his last breath to the system messages he saw after waking up in his younger life,
Rika!
all of it makes a little bit of sense now. Unbeknownst to the disgraced version of Zeke, he stole the artifact that the crazed Emperor had been salivating for. That dictator even went as far as mobilizing the unit under his direct orders, the Hunting Dogs, to chase after him to the ends of the world. At that time, Zeke is so obsessed with his revenge that he does not know or care about the reason why he is being hunted. Still, listening in on his father and master's conversation gave him a concrete clue with regard to his regression. The administrator system that sent him back to the past was the real function of the Elder Dragon's artifact. That leaves the question of who would make such a thing. How powerful are they, and why? Taking a deep breath while sitting on the floor, Zeke tried to regain his composure. After getting little crumbs of answers, he ended up with even more pertinent questions. Finally, the top dogs of the Draker family bid their goodbyes after sharing a drink. Duke assured Arthur that he would make his move soon, and the Patriarch entrusted him to get shit done. 3 steps into leaving, Arthur suddenly paused, shifting the energy of the hallway. He looked at the closed doors of the room where Zeke was hiding as if he had X-ray vision. While he was glancing at the door with suspicion, his nun was busy solving the mystery of immortality and time travel. If he really snatched away the Emperor's artifact, what could have possibly made them think that it was related to immortality? Finally, hearing heavy footsteps getting dangerously close to the entrance, every fiber of his being told him to run. Arthur Draker swung the door open with his game face on, but the room was empty. Thankfully, Zeke reacted fast enough before Daddy caught him snooping. Arthur lets his guard down while his boy uses the window to escape. Later that day, the ever-so-diligent young lord got his training reps in the Western Greenhouse Arena. Going against his orders to not bother Zeke while in the middle of training, Old Decker apologized to his young master. It's just that a fellow student has come looking for Zeke. Confused, Zeke wondered who would go out of their way to visit him when he did not have any friends in the academy. His curiosity got the best of him and allowed Decker to let the fellow student in. Zeke was not expecting Liam Stone to come through the door and bow his head in complete submission. Just as Zeke was
Who the
wondering
hell?
what this dude's deal could possibly be, Liam wholeheartedly pleaded for the young lord to take him in. Annoyed, Zeke regrettably thought that he should have ignored this big oaf while he was teaching the boss a lesson. When asked if he was willing to become a subordinate, Liam sincerely dropped his head even lower and pledged his allegiance to the Rising Star. Zeke asked what happened with his servitude under J-Ken, and Liam exhibited some signs of anger. He answered that he had been abandoned. Zeke can remember. Liam was like this in his past life, too. He never really found out why Big Liam was so obsessed with Valhalla, though. He'd even go as far as begging just to be taken in.
This is the one that I landed on. Yes, yes. We are going to open.
Wait, which one is this one? Wait, which one is this one then? Because I know which this one is. Is this one from Wang Lin?
Oh my gosh, she's sleeping like a starfish.
Wait, where do I get Wang Lin from then? Where do I get Wang Lin from then? I guess he comes from this? I think, right? He comes from her, right? Because that's Tatsumaki. This is supposed to be Makima. Yeah, this is Makima. So I guess you're supposed to get Wang Lin from here?
Stupid. Zeke suggested that Liam should just go to Tehran or Simmons instead. He waved at the brute goodbye while emphasizing that he is not a support family to cling to. As such, he won't even be able to help Liam enter Valhalla. Besides, there is not a single reason for him to believe a word coming out of Liam's mouth. For all Zeke knows, this brute might just be a spy sent by J-Ken to plot his revenge. Hearing the rightful distrust in the young lord's voice, Liam swiftly drew a knife from his waistband. He raised the blade, exuding his overbearing aura. Instead of charging at Zeke, the fool aimed his knife at his own left ear. In one swift slash, he cut his own ear off, staining the arena with blood. Liam admitted that it is reasonably natural for Zeke to doubt his intentions, but he is willing to do whatever it takes to prove himself to the young lord. If Zeke wishes for him to become mute, he will gladly cut his own tongue out. If Zeke wishes for him to become a cripple, he will cut off his own foot. Plopping his bloody severed ear on the ground, Liam Stone looked like a crazed maniac. It was a powerful show of resolve. If Zeke can just take him under his wings, Liam will place his life and soul in the hands of the young lord. Seeing Liam go as far as hurting himself just to get his attention, Zeke remembered the last time he saw Severin here. It was not a fun time, to say the least. Drooling and gritting his teeth through the pain of his bleeding wound, Liam begged Zeke to take him in once more. Seeing the big oaf push himself to the limits in hopes of aligning with someone, Zeke remembered the night when he begged his past life master to make him stronger than anyone else in the world. At that time, he was a battle-worn and scarred veteran with hate-filled eyes. Liam's voice trembled as he repeatedly asked for a chance to become Zeke's underling. In response to his desperate pleading, Zeke threw a training sword in his direction. The young lord urged him to pick it up and try to withstand one strike. If Liam managed to withstand a single attack from Zeke, the young lord promised to take him in. Feeling delirious from the pain and blood loss, Liam smiled. Hope flickered in his eyes as he thanked Zeke for such an opportunity. For the sake of fairness, the young lord gave him some time to get some immediate treatment for his stupid ear. In his mind, Liam was thinking that enduring one strike would be easy, given that he too possesses the breaker aura to a certain extent. But when he looked at the young lord's stance and presence, it felt like gazing into the eyes of a monster. He wondered if they could even be considered peers. Before Zeke made a single move, Liam already felt suffocated by the intimidating aura alone. The big oaf tried his best to remain calm, but his breathing became ragged and his vision blurred. He could barely hold the sword in his hand. When Zeke finally made his move, his speed exploded as his compact muscles containing overwhelming strength contracted. Moving according to his instincts, Liam raised his blade and fought through the tension. The young lord unleashed a straightforward stab, but Liam tried to slash it away with a downward swing. The collision scraped the training swords as sparks flew in the air. Eventually, one of the blades flew and spun into the air, escaping the user's grasp. As expected, Liam Stone was thoroughly overpowered, his weapon knocked away from his hand. If this was a real battle, he would have died by now. With a hint of disappointment in his voice, the young lord asked if this was the extent of Liam's ability. Looking at the big fool sitting flat on his ass, even Zeke felt pity at such a miserable sight. Even though Liam fell in one swing, Zeke could tell that the big man is really determined. So he advised that he should just give up on Valhalla and carve his own path. Still, Liam refused to give up. It is likely true that he was cast aside by Jake Kent after Zeke gave that spoiled crap the beginning of his life. Liam is descended from such a distant branch family that, if he were Jake's attendant, he would not have been able to become a traitor in the first place. Considering that this academy had the juice to expel a direct traitor descendant like Zeke in his past life, they won't bat an eye for a trainee from a distant family branch. While Zeke walks away thinking that the matter is settled, he feels Liam's big-ass arms clinging to his leg. He could not help but wonder why the kid would be in such a desperate state. In the first timeline, Liam was expelled from the academy, and the order he worked for fell into ruin. But in the end, with grit and experience, he made his way up to the level of the Red Knight, and became known throughout the continent as the mercenary king. Tears streaming down his face, Liam continued to beg for another chance to prove his worth. Seeing how hard-headed the big oaf was, the young lord started to get really annoyed. So, as a test, he agreed to give him one last chance. Zeke will accept him under his wing on one condition. Since the oaf claimed that he cut his tongue if Zeke wanted him to refute, and cut his feet if being crippled is what it takes. The young lord gave him nearly an impossible task. Gripping Liam's shoulder, Zeke grimly asked him to cut off his right arm. You're in such an extreme condition that Liam's blood ran cold. Zeke continued to egg him on, asking him if he valued his right arm more than the idea of serving under the young lord. Zeke knows what he's demanding from Liam. He's basically telling the kid to give up on becoming a competent swordsman. He thought that Liam would chicken out if he was sane. With that being said, Zeke turned around to continue his training and dismissed the big oaf. While Zeke assumed his training stance, Liam stood up with a blank look on his face. Zeke doesn't know why he's so desperate to enter Valhalla. Knowing what Zeke knows, it won't be too big of a deal if Liam gets expelled right now. Even if he doesn't make it to Draker's prestigious institution, he'll become a prominent figure in the future as a Red Knight regardless. But Liam was not heading for the door. He was walking towards the sword. It's an increasing danger of possible infection spread. This infection may be received as well. Alarmed by what this meant, Zeke watched as the desperate Liam raised the blade and aimed at his own right arm. After he threw a swing at the crazy bastard, Zeke moved his legs to eliminate and close the distance between them with gritted teeth. Thankfully, he made it in time before the future mercenary king ended his promising career as a swordsman. Zeke slashed Liam's blade in half. The sound of metal bouncing off the floor filled the arena. Liam, the crazy fool, was really going to do it. He stared at his right hand, confused that it was still attached. Pissed off at Liam for doing such an insane thing, Zeke grabbed him by the collar and lifted his big body off the ground. Irate, he asked if the fool had finally lost his goddamn mind, even though he gave an unreasonable condition. It's not an ironclad agreement. What if he was an asshole that goes back on his word? Liam would have lost everything right then and there. But Liam only dared to do such a crazy thing because if he did not, he might lose something more important than his arm. Zeke dropped him back on his feet and asserted that if Liam ever did something so foolish again, he'd be tossed out no matter how loyal he might be. He must keep that in mind now that he'll be working under the young lord. The perpetual pain and anguish in the big oaf's face vanished upon hearing Zeke's strongly worded instruction. Also, they need to hurry and get to the infirmary. What would people think if his subordinate is a one-eared freak? After getting his ear situation fixed, Liam was brought up to Zeke's personal banquet hall to share a meal. Liam stroked his reattached ear, still in awe of how it was fixed so quickly. As it turns out, Zeke shelled out one of his healing potions to help with restoring the ear. Liam felt bad that his new lord had to expend such a valuable potion on him right from the get-go. Zeke claimed that he is simply investing in his new employee, so there's nothing to worry about. Now that things have calmed down, Zeke confronted the big oaf about his reason. He asked what Liam values more than his right arm. No, more than life itself. Liam's answer was short and simple, and it made a ton of sense. He was pushed to the brink of desperation because of his mother. A few days after he was abandoned by Jaqen, he received news that his mother had collapsed from an unnaturally high fever. The fever soon broke, but that was just the start of her suffering. Her entire body became covered with rose-like patterns, causing her to grow weaker and weaker by the day. Hearing these bizarre symptoms, Zeke was disturbed. Hearing about his mom's condition made Liam take drastic measures. The village healers don't even know the name of the disease, let alone the cure for it. The only answer he could come up with is to join Valhalla. The students of the prestigious institution and their families are offered the greatest medical treatments available on the continent. Zeke sighed. He now understands why Liam would go to such extreme lengths. He grabbed his pen and dipped it into his inkwell. Curiously, the young lord started scribbling on a piece of paper, repeating the symptoms that Liam listed. Rose-like red spots appear all over the body and periodically high fevers. Zeke is all too familiar with this illness. 5 years from now, the entire central continent will be plagued by the rose disease. It is a highly contagious illness with a sky-high fatality rate. Countless people will lose their lives, succumbing to this loathsome plague. But a radical treatment will be invented, and the rose disease will be eradicated. Finishing his scribbles, Zeke handed the piece of paper to Liam. Written down is the method for producing the medicine to treat his mother's illness. It's not very difficult to make, and the ingredients should not be hard to find. Even village healers should be able to brew it. Confused, Liam gladly accepted the paper. If the healers who dedicated their lives to medicine were stumped, how could a young swordsman whip out the cure in just a few seconds? In the future, the genius alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff, will invent the treatment for the disease rampaging through the central continent. The Greedy Alchemist Association will take advantage of this discovery, making a profit by taking advantage of desperate people's lives. Upon learning about this disgusting practice, the brothers would publicly reveal the method of production. It quickly spread across the entire disease-ridden continent to the point that even a warrior like Zeke would come to know the formula. Nonetheless, he can't say all that to poor Liam, so he simply answered that he knew a very good alchemist.
65 now. What about this past couple years has made you think, okay?
Can't say all that to poor Liam, so he simply answered that he knew a very good alchemist. Since he has the treatment method in his hands, Zeke basically solved Liam's problem in one sitting. He does not need to go to Valhalla or become a young lord's subordinate anymore. Hearing such insinuation made Liam stand up from his seat. He is a man of his word, and he vowed to dedicate his life to serving Zeke in any way he can. With a clenched fist and a stalwart pose, Liam bent his knee and swore his lifelong loyalty to Zeke Draker. Even though he tried to push the big oaf away so many times, hearing the future mercenary king recite an oath of loyalty felt quite reassuring for Zeke. Accepting the pledge, the young lord asserted that Liam should not lag behind, or he'll be abandoned. Before the day ended, I've been reading about your fall in Akin, how you became Darth Vader. It started with Padme, fear of losing her. I understand that more than you know. I lost Rachel Dawes, the woman I love. The Joker gave me a choice between her and Harvey Dent. I chose wrong. She died, but I didn't become a monster.
You didn't have the power to save her. I did, or I thought I did. The Force showed me visions of Padme dying in childbirth. I'd already lost my mother, watched her die in my arms after Tusken Raiders tortured her. I couldn't let it happen again. Palpatine offered me a way to stop death itself. What would you have done if someone offered you that?
I would have seen it for the lie it was. Palpatine manipulated you, used your fear against you. The promise of saving Padme was bait. You fell for it because you were desperate. I was desperate too when Rachel died. Wanted revenge. Wanted to break my one rule. But desperation doesn't justify becoming what you hate. You didn't just try to save her. You helped destroy.
The Jedi were corrupt. They preached about peace but commanded armies. They said attachment was forbidden but expected loyalty. They took me from my mother as a child and never let me go back for her. When I had nightmares about losing Padme, they told me to let go, to accept loss. That's not wisdom. That's cowardice disguised as discipline.
Order had flaws. Every institution does. That doesn't mean you burn it all down and join the people actively trying to enslave the galaxy. You had other choices. You could have left the Order, run away with Padme, lived a quiet life. Instead, you chose power. Told yourself it was for her, but it was for you. You couldn't accept that some things are beyond control.
Running away wouldn't have stopped the visions. Wouldn't have changed what I saw. She was going to die. The only way to prevent it was to become strong enough to stop death. Palpatine had that knowledge. The dark side had that power. Yes, I made terrible choices getting there, but if it meant saving Padme, I'd do anything. Wouldn't you?
This, or anything, has limits. Would I break my moral code to save Rachel? Would I kill an innocent person if it guaranteed her survival? No, the moment you sacrifice your principles for someone you love, you've already lost them. Padme fell in love with a hero. You became a villain. Even if you'd saved her life, she would have hated what you became. You didn't lose her to death. You lost her to yourself.
She died because of me anyway. Because I choked her in anger when she sided with Obi-Wan. Because I'd become something she couldn't recognize. You're right about that, but you don't understand the weight of it. Having the power to save someone and failing anyway. Rachel died because you chose Harvey. That's not the same as causing her death with your own hands. I killed Padme. That's a different kind of hell.
I chose Harvey because the Joker rigged the addresses. I went to save Rachel and found Harvey instead. The Joker wanted me to suffer, to live knowing I failed. It worked. I think about it every night. Wonder if there was something I missed, some way I could have saved her. But I didn't let that grief turn me into a killer. I didn't join the Joker. I stopped him. You joined Palpatine.
You had clarity. You knew the Joker was evil. I didn't see Palpatine clearly. He was my mentor, my friend. He understood me when the Jedi didn't. By the time I realized what he really was, I'd already done things I couldn't take back. I'd killed Mace Windu, attacked the temple. There was no going back. The dark side had me. Padme's death was just the final proof that I destroyed everything trying to save it.
There's always a way back. Luke proved that. Your son reached you at the end. Made you remember who you were. You killed Palpatine and saved Luke. Died as Anakin Skywalker, not Darth Vader. That's redemption. But it took decades and countless deaths to get there. Imagine if you'd made that choice earlier. If you'd listened to Padme on Mustafar instead of attacking her. She was right and you knew it.
I was too far gone by then. The dark side clouds your judgment, makes you paranoid. I thought she betrayed me. Thought Obi-Wan had turned her against me. I couldn't think clearly. All I saw was threats and enemies. That's what fear does. It blinds you. Makes you hurt the people you're trying to protect. You say you didn't become a monster, but did you ever come close? Did grief ever push you to that edge?
Every day, Rachel's death. My parents' murder. Jason Todd beaten to death by the Joker. Each one pushed me closer to crossing the line, to killing. There were moments when I wanted to. When it would have been easier. But I didn't. Not because I'm better than you, but because I understood that once you cross that line, you can't come back from it. You become what you fight. That's the edge, and I stay as far from it as possible.
Easier said than done when the Force is whispering promises in your ear. When you have the power to change fate, and you're watching the woman you love die in your visions every night. You don't have that. You're just a man in a suit. I was the chosen one. The
was already there. You had darkness in you before the Force. The Tusken Raider massacre. You slaughtered an entire village, women and children, because they killed your mother. That was before Palpatine ever got his hooks in you. Before the visions of Padme, you already had the capacity for that kind of rage. The dark side didn't create it. It just gave you permission to embrace it.
And you've never lost control. Never hurt someone more than necessary because you were angry. I've seen reports about you. Criminals in the hospital. Broken bones. Psychological trauma. You terrorize people every night. Don't pretend you're so different. The only difference is you stop before killing them. That's not morality. That's just where you happen to draw the line. My line was just further out.
Correct. I'm like, brother, don't act like you're innocent, Batman. You do it just as bad as him. Don't say you don't, because you do it just as worse as he does. The only difference is he puts them out of their misery. You don't. You let them suffer.
Tom Riddle was once my student. Bright, charming, already showing signs of darkness. I saw it and did nothing meaningful to stop it. He became Voldemort. You trained Anakin Skywalker. He became Darth Vader. We both failed our students in similar ways.
I loved Anakin like a brother. Trained him, fought beside him, trusted him completely. Tom was just another student to you, wasn't he? You kept him at a distance. Maybe that was the problem. He never had anyone who truly cared about him. Just people who were afraid of him or wanted to use him.
I cared. But you're right that I kept distance. Tom showed me early on that he enjoyed hurting others. The incident with the children in the cave torturing animals. I saw a boy without empathy, and I thought showing him rules and structure would be enough. I didn't reach for his heart, because I wasn't sure he had one.
Anakin had too much heart. That was his problem. He felt everything too deeply. Loved too much. Feared too much. I taught him to control his emotions like a proper JD, but I never taught him what to do with them.
Yeah, you never.
Push them down. That doesn't work. It just builds pressure until everything explodes.
Did Anakin show signs before he fell? Tom was cruel from the start. He killed his father and grandparents, made it look like someone else did it, opened the Chamber of Secrets and got a girl killed. Each time I suspected but never acted. I kept giving him chances, thinking the good in him would surface. It never did.
Anakin showed signs. The Tusken Raider massacre after his mother died, he slaughtered an entire village, women and children. He told Padme and she stayed with him anyway. I didn't know about it then. But looking back, there were smaller things. His anger, his fear of loss, his need for validation. I saw them and said, control yourself. Instead of, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Need for validation. That's interesting. Tom craved recognition too. He wanted to be special, to be remembered. When the Wizarding world didn't worship him the way he thought he deserved, he decided to make them fear him instead. Fear is easier to maintain than love. Voldemort understood that even if Tom didn't.
Vader feeds on fear too. The Emperor taught him that. But here's the thing I keep coming back to. Palpatine offered Anakin something I couldn't. He promised him the power to save Padme from death. I would have just told him to let go, to accept loss as part of life. What kind of comfort is that to someone desperate to save the person they love?
So you think offering practical solutions instead of philosophy would have saved him? Perhaps. Though with Tom, no amount of power would have been enough. He split his soul 7 times trying to conquer death. Made himself less human with each piece he tore away. At some point, there was nothing left to save. Just a monster wearing a man's name.
Vader came back. Luke reached him at the end. Made him remember who he was. Anakin Skywalker died saving his son. That means the man was still in there somewhere under all that darkness and machinery. Maybe if I'd tried harder, said the right things, he never would have needed saving.
Yeah, he probably would have never needed saving to begin
Harry
with.
saved your legacy with Luke then. Because Harry is what stopped Voldemort. Not me, I died before the final battle. But I'd been preparing Harry for years, teaching him, guiding him. Except I kept secrets, important ones. About prophecies and Horcruxes and what he'd need to sacrifice. I manipulated him the same way I failed to reach Tom.
I kept secrets too. Didn't tell Luke that Vader was his father. Let him believe Vader killed Anakin. That lie almost destroyed everything. When Luke found out, he could have turned against me completely. Instead, he proved me wrong. Showed me that believing in people, even fallen ones, isn't foolish. It's the only thing that actually works.
The difference is Luke had something Tom never had, a father who could be redeemed. Tom's father was a muggle who abandoned his mother. His mother died giving birth to him. He had no one. When you have no love, you just learn to take, to control, to hurt before you can be hurt.
Anakin had love though. His mother loved him. Padme loved him. I cared about him, even if I didn't show it well. But the Jedi Order taught him attachment was forbidden. Loving someone meant weakness. So he loved in secret, and that secret festered. The fear of losing them consumed him.
The rules we create to protect people often hurt them instead. I made rules at Hogwarts. Voldemort broke every one and I couldn't stop him because I was too busy following my own rules. He understood something I didn't. That people who follow rules can be predicted. People who make their own rules can't be controlled. He used our order against us.
The Sith use similar tactics. They embrace chaos where we embrace order, passion where we want peace. The Jedi thought we were balanced. The Sith were right that we become weak, not because we valued life. We became monks instead of guardians.
Do you think we created our own enemies then? By being too distant, too perfect, too unwilling to admit we didn't have all the answers. Tom might have turned out differently if I'd said, I don't know how to help you, but I want to try. Instead of, follow these rules and you'll be fine. Rules
Yes.
don't fix broken people.
We definitely pushed them toward darkness, not on purpose, but by being unable to meet them where they were. Anakin needed someone to say, it's okay to be afraid, let's work through it. Instead, he got lectures about Jedi code. Tom needed someone to show him why kindness matters. He got warnings about rules. Neither of them had what they actually needed.
And now we're here. Dead, both of us. Looking back at our mistakes, Voldemort's gone. Vader's gone. The students who could have been heroes became monsters because we failed them. Yet Harry and Luke succeeded where we failed. They saved the world despite our failures, not because of our teaching. That's either hopeful or depressing depending on how you view it.
I choose hopeful, because it means the next generation can be better than us. They can learn from our mistakes, love more openly, trust more deeply, be honest about doubt and fear instead of pretending to have everything.
I've been reading about your fall, Anakin. How you became Darth Vader. It started with Padme. Fear of losing her. I understand that more than you know. I lost Rachel Dawes, the woman I loved. The Joker gave me a choice between her and Harvey Dent. I chose wrong. She died. But I didn't become a monster.
You didn't have the power to save her. I did. Or I thought I did. The Force showed me visions of Padme dying in childbirth. I'd already lost my mother. Watched her die in my arms after Tusken Raiders tortured her. I couldn't let it happen again. Palpatine offered me a way to stop death itself. What would you have done if someone offered you that?
You would have seen it for the lie it was. Palpatine manipulated you. Used your fear against you.
That's easier said than done.
Padme was bait. You fell because you were desperate. I was desperate too when Rachel died. Wanted revenge. Wanted to break my one rule. But desperation doesn't justify becoming what you hate. You didn't just try to save her. You helped destroy.
The Jedi were corrupt. They preached about peace but commanded armies. They said attachment was forbidden but expected loyalty. They took me from my mother as a child and never let me go back for her. When I had nightmares about losing Padme, they told me to let go, to accept loss. That's not wisdom. That's cowardice disguised as discipline.
Order had flaws. Every institution does. That doesn't mean you burn it all down and join the people actively trying to enslave the galaxy. You had other choices. You could have left the Order, run away with Padme, lived a quiet life. Instead, you chose power. Told yourself it was for her, but it was for you. You couldn't accept that some things are beyond control.
Running away wouldn't have stopped the visions. Wouldn't have changed what I saw. She was going to die. The only way to prevent it was to become strong enough to stop death. Palpatine had that knowledge. The dark side had that power. Yes, I made terrible choices getting there. But if it meant saving Padme, I'd do anything, wouldn't you?
Because anything has limits. Would I break my moral code to save Rachel? Would I kill an innocent?
Marjorie word. I prefer the silver sword. What an honor it must.
Other than we successfully landed on the alien planet. Now, what was the last data cycle of this planet then?
Oh, about 250 years, sir.
Great beholder, what was happening on this planet?
According to the data, it looks like the probe got hit. Apparently they were having some kind of massive conflict on this continent.
Well, I'm sure it's safe now. It's been over 200 years. Alright, do us a favor. See if there's a local network and comb through the last 250 years of information. See if there's anything useful. You got it, sir.
That's weird. So it would appear we are now in a country called the United States of America, and we are standing in Texas.
That's the region. Let me comb through everything else. Texas. What a strange name for a region.
Captain, I'm moving at that tree line up ahead, but according to this, there's like roughly 30-something... Okay, now 50 movement blips on radar.
50? That can't be right. It's so quiet over that tree line. I don't hear anything at all. Robert, do you have any... Robert? Robert, what's wrong?
We have to get off this planet.
Why? What's the matter?
Sir, something's approaching from the tree line. A single entity.
Right, don't worry, I got this. You there, halt! We are armed, but we come in peace. Why, hello there. Welcome to Earth. Well, you seem friendly enough. Private, why are you crying? We're not physically capable of crying. How are you doing that? I see you got a weapon. That's all I need. Let him know. Wait, what? Other than that, we've successfully landed on the alien planet. Private, sit now. What?
Jarvis, meet the orphan. But sir, it's just a child, Jarvis. I pay you to check items off a list, not check my morals. But sir, please.
I pay you to check items off the list, not check my morals. Look, the orphan. Excuse me, sir?
Nuketown time! Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome back. So, if I'm right in saying so, I believe they just dropped Nuketown. Is that true? Oh, here it is! Nuketown 24/7. Nuketown, all day, all night, featuring team deathmatch, kill confirmed, domination, and hard points. Jeez. I'm always happy for Nuketown to be back. This is a special one, though, because it's currently 2025, and we just got Nuketown 2025 back. I cannot be the only one that played Black Ops 2 and thought Nuketown 2025 was so futuristic, but here we are. Hey, for the return of Nuketown, let's get 5,000 likes on this video. I know you guys can do it, and if you are new around here, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on any of my Black Ops 7 content. But without further ado, let's get into a game of Nuketown, my shit. Do it. Oh, flip. Here we go. Look at us. Wait, this brings back memories. So I think this is themed off of the Black Ops 2 Nuketown. It's just not exactly the same. Oh, nah. I don't even want to play properly right now. Come on. I just want to look at the map. Wait, how'd you get? Oh, we destroyed him. What are these guys doing? Yo. Okay, yeah, the chaos of Nuketown is still here, that's for sure. It's so weird because I've been playing so much zombies, so playing multiplayer in general right now just feels so weird to me. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I put on RCXP because if you guys don't know, just like in OG Nuketown, there's an RCXP track, or at least I believe they're supposed to be. We're kind of popping off right now too though. Oh, I'm literally scared to challenge anything because I know we're actually on a pretty good kill streak right now. When in doubt, window camp. I love Nuketown because it's really the best of both worlds in so many different senses. Like, you can get long shots. Oh, wait, I'm timed. Oh, get this off of me. You can get long shots, and you can play close range and just push up into everybody's houses. You can really play it however you want. Oh, I forgot about these. Oh, my goodness. How many drops are there? Please leave us alone. I'm dead. I got it. And I got a hot time. Come on. We just got the heart on Nuketown. This is going to be sensational. Now we can actually push up a little bit if we don't get tired. Oh, and they got a counter UAV. I take it all back. Maybe we can't do anything. I thought we were about to be able to streak up, but as soon as we get a heart, they counter UAV us. Oh! I want to see something. We're actually losing by so much right now. The other team's actually really good, but I want to see if we can do this RCXD track. I want to see the new one. Look at that. Baboos. Yo! And then we can go through on this side as well. Can we catch them off guard? Beautiful. Wow. Just like I remembered. Obviously, Nuketown is just a great and iconic map, but I have seen a lot of people kind of upset that they're bringing this map back, but I will say, I think at the moment, people look for anything to complain about, so they can bring back Nuketown, and you gotta bear in mind, they do it literally every single Black Ops. They'll bring back Nuketown. It's a tradition, but somehow this time, people find a way to complain, but I will say, this is probably the Nuketown that makes the most sense. Oh wait, I remembered. You can wall jump. I forgot about the wall jump. This is probably the Nuketown that makes the most sense, simply because it's Nuketown 2025, and we're literally in 2025 right now, so why would they not take that opportunity to bring back Nuketown? It has to be done. Oh, sorry, buddy. Beautiful. They keep getting county UAVs. What the flip is that? I saw that in the trailer. Hold on, nah. I don't know what to do about that. Oh, one more. I think there's more. Never mind. Ran into a drone, and there's another one coming because there's 90. The drone still may be the most stupid thing that they've ever added into this game. It doesn't make any sense. Look at all the drone pods. There's like 3 of them down here. There's 1. Come here, buddy. There's 2. I'm gonna get you. There's 3. Oh, they're chasing me. Thank you very much. Nice back. Oh. By the way, I don't know why I'm using the MSMC. I think I'm just doing it for nostalgia reasons, but it's actually, weirdly enough, not that bad. Obviously, I have a different opinion on a bunch of the weapons in the game purely because I was using them whilst doing the camo grind, so it's kind of difficult to judge them in that sense because I was judging. Oh, that grenade was below me. I've been judging the weapon. Once this video is done, I'm going to give you the legendary Alice for free. But before I do that, allow me to show you the 3 game modes that Alice truly shines in. Number 3, farming campaign. The best way to level up your champions is by farming the campaign. Alice can solo her way through the levels. This will allow you to carry 3 champions who will still get the XP for winning battles, even if they die in the process. Number 2, arena. Alice is an amazing damage dealer and skill manipulator. She can extend the enemy skill's cooldowns, and she uses her sword to inflict massive damage. These abilities make her a great choice for PvP battles. Moving on to number 1, dungeons. To progress in raid, you need quality gear, and you get this gear by farming dungeons. The good news is that Alice is a beast for all of the gear dungeons. Alice will help you pretty much everywhere. Use the promo code GETALICE and get the legendary Alice for free.
The weapons literally based on how easy they are to get headshots, nothing else, so I'm probably not a very good representative. We are popping off. You guys have been asking where's my singularity in 1 day video where I tell you guys the fastest way to get all of the camos. Don't worry, it is still coming, but I did want to wait until they added Nuketown because I felt like if I did it before then there would be some things that are kind of outdated. When you get a map like Nuketown, it makes some of the camo grind so much easier in a bunch of different ways. Specific challenges might be easier because you've got a consistent small map to play. You might be able to get long shots in a specific area of the map, and if I made it before Nuketown, I'd be saying different spots, and there would be a whole new map with better places to do it. Oh, he got destroyed. So yes, that is still coming, don't worry. I dare you to come up the stairs. Yeah, that was a bad idea. We'll lose it by so much, they're actually about to win. What the hell? Oh, this is so annoying. I feel like I've done so much too. Just to make it worse, use the RCXD. I got a kill. I didn't even blow that up. Were we really about to lose our first game on Nuketown? Oh, wait. Here's the iconic Nuketown ending. Oh, wait, there's a new event coming. What is it? A double XP event? No way. We're already getting a double XP event? I was actually going to say, I've been playing a lot of zombies. You guys know I'm working on the infestation camo right now, and we're really close. I say close, I've just got a bunch of 10 elite eliminations to do for each weapon. But one thing I will say is zombies really doesn't give you that much XP. I felt like I was getting so much more XP in multiplayer in comparison. I've been hearing that the M15 Mod Zero is the absolute meta right now. I really don't know, but I've got no attachments on it right now because I just prestiged my weapon. Yo, did he just hit me direct impact? Is that what that was? Why is this guy? You know what? I can't even be mad. I had to do challenges too. One thing I will say is, although I love Nuketown, I do hope that they don't just keep a consistent Nuketown 24/7 playlist in the game. As much as it is great for camos, don't get me wrong, and this is probably really selfish for me as someone who's already got Singularity, I just think that when they add a 24/7 playlist of a map like this, it kind of makes everybody want to forget about all of the other maps that they've already added into the game. Nobody wants to play those larger, maybe slower paced maps anymore because they've got Nuketown. So if you keep the 24/7 playlist, it kind of just makes everyone abandon all of the other maps, which, don't get me wrong, I totally understand why, but just in terms of the actual greater good for the game, I think it's better when they make it a little bit more rare. I don't know, man. I just think it's better when they make it something that we can look forward to rather than just expect. Oh, wait. Let me reload, please. Oh, we got the HKDs. I wanted to put on some post-op. Wait. Why can I not see anything? Yeah, you. How's that name down there? We actually did swap pretty crazy. How we got the HKDs? This is my first time using a lethal streak like that. HKDs are pretty much like the Rams from back in the day in BO2. That's why I wanted to use them. No, the Rams were in BO3 actually. Like, it didn't Black Ops 2, it was the Swarm, right? today, you would know how excited it was when you heard that Nuketown 24/7 playlist was coming. You would be so hyped for it, and I feel like in Black Ops 6. With Dupixent, stay ahead of moderate to severe eczema with clearer skin and less itch. The number one prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists helps heal your skin from within. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems, pain, vision changes, skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent. Black Ops 6, it was managed all the time. It was there forever. No one really wanted to play any of them, but let's be honest, it's probably the same sort of ideology with the face-off as well, by the way. I'm sure they take away a lot of what people actually feel about the regular maps in the game. However, it's probably a little bit different because the Black Ops 6 maps were absolutely terrible. Get off me, buddy. Oh, wait, they're all spawning on me. Wait, what are we doing? Where am I getting shot from? No! Wait, all the sweats left the game, and now we've got terrible plays on the other team. I'm not complaining though. That's actually been a topic, the skill-based matchmaking in Black Ops 7, and whether it's actually there or not. I would say in the open playlist there's definitely still skill-based matchmaking. They probably use the word minimal on purpose, so it's kind of vague. It's obviously less than the standard playlist, don't get me wrong, but it's still there for sure. In that first game, we got absolutely destroyed. Oh, look at this though, man. It looks so nice. There's also been a leak as to what other playlists they plan on adding into the game, and obviously, I think they plan on adding a bunch of Black Ops 2 playlists, so we've got Nuketown now, Nuketown 2025, we've already got Hijack. Even come from, what was it? You know what? Fair play. We've got Express as well, so what they're probably going to do is a Black Ops 2 playlist where you can play all of the Black Ops 2 maps. I think that would be a pretty good playlist, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't be too mad at that, because there's a balance of different maps. Express isn't just the tiny, fast-paced map that everyone wants to play for camos. It's not that. He said easy. Oh yeah, they also said that they are making Endgame, which is the mode that you unlock when you finish the co-op campaign. They are opening access to that, so you don't have to play the co-op campaign anymore to get access to it. I think that happens tomorrow, and I think that's good, to be honest, because a lot of people don't want to sit there and just go through the whole campaign in order to play a mode that they actually want to play, especially with what people are saying about the campaign. It's not looking good. But yeah, I think that happens tomorrow, so once we finish the zombies infestation grind, we can go straight to the endgame camo. So yeah, I think that's enough Black Ops 7 for me today. Nuketown is back. I will say, I think Nuketown does a lot less harm than Shipment does. Nuketown is actually a decent sized map, and it has a good flow to it, whereas Shipment is it's literally just a farm. Before I let you guys go, make sure you go check out Boohoo. Mind using my link in the description. There's a bunch of really nice stuff on there, and they have some crazy Black Friday sales going on right now, so go make use of those. But yeah, Nuketown's back. I'm happy, but I need to finish off these zombies camos. But thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Peace.
Another product out of beta. You're welcome, world. Wow, that makes sense. Huh?
You know what's going on, guys? Welcome back. The end is near. If you saw yesterday's video, you would know that we unlocked the Arc-Light camo, which is the diamond camo for Black Ops 7. Now, since then, I think it's fair to say that I've made a lot of...
Who's the first nigga to kill you with kindness? He wrote the first amendment and something smoke.
MetaQuest for 3 hours. So you're just not even going to consider me? No, your library is limited, you have to afford, and the tours don't work. So what's the best VR headset to get this holiday season? MetaQuest 3S? All of it. What? Are you taking into account that I am releasing next year? Yes, I am saying this knowing full well that the Steam 3 comes out next year. Explain. Well, first off, there's the price. There is literally a deal going on right now where you can get the MetaQuest.
Yeah, guys, this is my live stream because, yeah, ain't nobody here.
Most likely you can get this thing for about $250.
And now I've been streaming for 5 hours, so